the truck fully repaired? I think it is, right?
It looks like it. Oh wait, the ad break is in progress. How is
no.
I've been live for 4 minutes? Why did it start now?
Knew this would happen. Oh.
Well, in 2 minutes I'll move in.
Plenty of stuff in here, I guess, because it's saved after. Mower oil, scrap metal. Do you have anywhere to... We got so many... We've actually got an absurd amount of resources.
That's good.
It is, I just can't find anywhere to put this motor oil now.
You can just like leave it somewhere. Leave it in the bathroom.
I'm gonna put the power pole on the roof. I do not want anything just freely moving around inside the truck. God, there's so much motor oil.
Why is my shit lagging like crazy? I mean, only on stream, but still.
This is like when you enter a room in Resident Evil and there's just suddenly a shitload of ammo. And it's like,
Oh, why can I hear you now, Beuchiism?
Wait.
You're unmuted.
I'm not muted. What?
No, I can hear you.
Only now, like before you were muted. How come fuzzling?
Alright.
Still not muted. Okay.
Are we good to go?
She ignoring us?
Yeah, you gonna mute Beuchiism?
Wait, what?
In game, you're unmuted.
What do you mean I'm not muted? Oh.
In game.
Oh, I didn't realize!
We're just like, you're not muted, and you're just blanking us, dude. Like, you guys ready? We're here like, no. No. You're unmuted,
Sorry,
and you just like...
I totally misunderstood what was going on.
Just runs away.
How? I don't know how I pressed V by accident. Anyways,
so
are we now?
You've been unmuted since you came out the toilet.
Oh, what?
And we kept saying.
She tried turning the JOI off and instead hit like the wrong button.
AT.
Alright.
You're about to be swarmed, T. I'm
Wait.
sorry. Yo.
Why can't I see your chat, Dolphin? See T pop up. Oh, shield mode, not shared mode.
You put on shield mode?
No, I didn't, don't worry.
Relax.
Oh,
Relax.
Relax.
Hello, everybody. Can we stop real quick? I forgot to go to the bathroom. No.
Well, the good news is we have a bathroom with us.
Yeah, I guess so.
We don't need to stop, man. Just flush and leave it on the road, you know.
That's true. Hey. If you sat here, no one's probably gonna notice, right?
I mean...
Who else is coming to like the middle of a massive crater?
Well, judging by how it's structured, many people have.
The bad news is the toilet is full of cigarettes.
For your bathroom.
Oops, sorry.
Whoop. Don't. Oh, why am I not wearing a hat? Hey, bro,
Volume's all good, everybody.
Bro, I'm trying.
I'm trying to change my hat.
I'm trying to poop. Brain gotta poop.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
Who's driving?
Me.
No,
No,
I'm
okay,
be-
I'm
Oh,
okay, I'm okay.
no, okay. He said that he
No, I didn't, I
was
didn't, I didn't, I
driving.
didn't, I didn't.
No,
No,
he
no,
said
no, no, no. Have we not learned
you
anything from last time?
Look,
you said
You-
that so convincingly. You're
I
driving.
know.
okay, where are you, Jude? Where are you?
I'm in the RV.
Alright, come outside the RV, man.
Hmm.
You can drive, but I need you to take in the gravity of the situation we're in, okay? What gear are you gonna be in, dude?
Depends at what point in the hill I'm at.
No, that's the incorrect answer.
What?
What gear are you gonna be in, dude?
Suggest to me a part of the road and I will tell you what gear I will be in at that point.
The whole road.
Varied.
Varied.
Delphi
What
going
did
through
you-
a population's worth of 6 right now. It's me when I find out I have to work tomorrow.
The correct answer is 1. Stay in gear 1,
Yeah,
okay?
you do not change
Aw.
gears.
No.
No,
I already want to see 1 neutral and reverse. Though to be fair, I'd rather not see reverse. That means something's gone wrong.
Wait,
Hey,
yeah.
Voltron. Hello, everybody.
Believe in you. It's your big moment. Think of it like your actual driving test, you know, which
Okay.
Oh, the echo.
the echo.
Yeah.
Here I go!
Oh God, I'm terrified.
Okay, I'm kidding.
Wait, what's this ladder?
I think that's probably for us.
I was gonna keep doing that until I take out a reverse gear.
Oh no.
Oh God.
I've lost all
That was way
confidence.
too floaty.
Hey, I'm Jackity!
Oh, I see some stuff down.
If you should just die.
Is she done?
Did you not see her?
No?
She collapsed right next to you.
Oh,
She just
did.
fell from the sky in front of you.
Yeah, she did. She did do that.
Okay, well you can do that 13 more times, Beuchi.
Yeah, that's true, actually. My turn, my turn.
Wait. Oh. There's a hole, and I didn't see it.
I would see it. I'm built different. Okay, no, I saw it.
Yeah, good start, for sure.
Oh, that is a
No.
lot of like. That's
That's
a lot of supplies, isn't it?
Yeah, this
a
hole.
burger pack.
There's like 5 winch poles over
Ooh, a
here.
6-pack.
Planks.
Ooh, some scrap metal.
Where are the winch bowls? Oh,
For this side.
you're not Delphi.
What?
What?
Hey,
Go
I'm a
ahead!
Delphi. Whoop! Ah, no!
Did you die?
Yeah. I tried jumping for some supplies. Let's just say I don't have the supplies.
Oh, there's something down there.
What is
I
this
see.
part? Holy
I
shit.
see how you died.
Oh my god. Oh. That's horrific. I'm scared.
Do you see my smoke message, chat?
Wait, what? Oh. Wait, hold on. P L L O.
Uh-oh.
What if you just jump and then say uh-oh? Like
I wonder who that was.
I just watch you like look down, jump, and then you're like, uh-oh.
Both freaking dead.
You're both dead?
Oh, your stream's on a big delay. I was still reading your smoke signals. Yeah, we're both fucked.
Maybe instead of using that, you could like revive us on the tombstones. I wonder if that's different.
Me and Delphi are just smoking together, man. It's fun. We just.
What are you doing?
Really are. What do you mean, what am I doing?
Huh, I guess it's not really different, but I guess it doesn't use the syringe, I guess. I don't know.
Oh. That's nice.
To be fair,
Yo,
it did
Bob
give me more
and
health
Pumping.
than I had before by dying and getting roasted.
Congrats on your watch streaks. Streaking all over the chat.
Oh. I'm caressing it.
Well,
Oh,
Are we starting?
Line this up.
Oh, we
I'm just
start.
scared, man. I'm just scared.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Fronts
been in
off
neutral
dies
this whole
twice.
time.
Are we starting?
I meant the RV.
Alright, Drew. This is gonna be fucked up, okay?
It's already fucked up, man. I gotta line this up. Gotta get a curve on to get in there. I gotta jack it in.
Chat, this is exclusively a message for you.
We're up. We're gonna get 2. Okay, we're going back to gear 1. I'm sorry. I can't see shit.
Yeah, this is terrifying, dude.
Yeah, this is awful, man. I can't see shit. I mean, I know I have to turn left, but like, I don't know when.
Just keep turning left.
Okay.
Hello. Okay, keep going.
Gently.
Okay, just straight. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, a
Wait.
plank's come down.
Yeah, back up.
How did I...
Okay.
I'm not gonna question it, I just took full damage in
Whoa.
a dumb way, but...
Don't move too much.
Cat parked it.
Yeah, we've done a real good job here.
Oh, that's fine, man. It's only my risking my life and death here.
It's just more the planks
What
we've
the
done.
heck? What the heck are these shadows? The shadows are broken on my end.
Oh yeah.
They look so weird.
Looks like a grill.
Yeah. With a burger on top.
Oh no, Jerk, why do they call me that?
Spread your wheels, Jube, and cross the gab.
Oh,
The
God.
gap.
Gab.
No! It's okay, Beauty's got it. There are so...
You might be good. Just go straight.
I'm
good.
I hear just go straight, turn around, then just hear a scream.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Go forward, Jube.
Okay.
Jube?
Sorry, I was
worried
eating.
that this might
Oh.
hurt me.
Oh my god, that was way faster than I thought you were gonna go. Okay.
Yeah, that hurt. Ugh.
That's it, just keep following me. Following me. That's it.
Oh, that's a tight, man.
Okay, oh god, you're driving up the wall, you're driving up the wall. Put him, oh my god, recover. Oh my god, okay, just go straight.
Straight's my
the
middle
heck?
name, bro.
Careful, there's a gap next to the wall, so...
Don't care.
Yep. Keep going.
Don't care. We care.
Don't care.
Okay,
Right.
put into,
Oh my
okay,
God.
put into park.
Oh my freaking god.
What's up?
These gaps, dude.
Are you
No, it's
dead?
my door.
Oh my god.
Oh, you did your own thing.
Well, no, well, you need to see where you need to go next.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's
You-
not bad. I just turn right and then
You want to turn
turn
left.
right again, left. Sorry.
Definitely
yeah,
want to turn...
Whoops. They didn't teach me that at school, man.
Where did you die, Beuchi?
I'm at the bottom.
Okay.
I'll go down for it. It's fine. I know these roads very well now. What are you laughing at?
I just need to constantly be looking down because like there's so many holes in between planks. I don't like this area.
God, where have I gone actually? Let's see a quick way down. Uh-oh.
Nope.
I am not in a good spot.
Nope. Oh, I can't point.
Hold on, I'll come down. Don't you worry.
Yeah, definitely gonna need you to go down because the only thing I can do from here is die.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wahoo! 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 That was my famous BLJ impression.
BLJ for
Heard by-
Jubileus.
Yeah, I invented it actually.
What does the BL
not
mean?
not many people know this. Blowjob.
The BL stands for blowjob.
What? No,
The BL stands for
I didn't
blow
say
and then no, I said that. The BL stands for blow and the J stands for job.
Oh, okay. I thought the J stood for Jubileus.
No.
backwards long tube.
Backwards long tube.
Thank you.
No problem. Oh, there's
Oh,
a
there's a
six-pack
letter
here
there.
as well, and some burgers here if we need them.
Oh god. Oh,
No, Jube! Oh my god, Jube!
What?
what'd you do?
What'd I do? I'm on the floor.
Can you really not jump up here? What the heck? Oh wait.
I climbed all the way back down to...
Maybe do we have flares?
I don't think so.
There's some left over in the RV. Oh, I don't think
Wait.
so. Dove says don't think so, so I guess we don't. Yep, fun's over.
I
Wait.
I think they're in the RV.
No, Dove said we don't, so.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm kidding, maybe we do. Oh! Uh-oh. Bro, please. No. I'm sorry. That
What's
was
these? Oh.
terrifying.
A tire.
Oh my god. I thought my game was bugging. That was like a cutscene. Like a non-skippable cutscene, man. Like I just froze in place and started getting moved around for like a non-skippable cutscene. Man.
Backwards long tube, the new Slender Man. collect the 8 pages.
I don't
Be a,
don't know if we're gonna need to
what would I collect?
winch or if...
There's
Nah.
Okay.
Okay.
This is gonna need to be
there's
the...
planks. There's planks
It's
down the ladder.
It's more I don't know if I trust Jube to gently go around this corner.
I will. What would I make people collect?
I'm expecting to see the RV fall off the side as well.
Right, okay, man. What would I make people collect, by the way? Collect my 8,
What?
Well, Slenderman, he makes people collect pages and shit, right?
Blowjobs.
Collect my 8 blowies. I'm so sorry, Beuchiism.
This has gone downhill very fast.
Yep.
Can you tell that I haven't worked today? Like, I'm actually not tired.
Oh, what the
Uh,
heck? This is a full 180. Oh,
You
jeez.
see why I said I don't trust Jube to go around the corner?
Yeah, I don't.
Nah, I trust me, Right, can I beat the
8
allegations? right now?
esports? I like that. 8 esports.
What I'm gonna do,
Collect my delectable platters
What's-
of biscuits and
that?
cheese.
what I'm gonna do, Beach. I'm gonna hold
Yeah.
the winch controller.
Okay.
If you hold onto the winch but don't attach it to anything, and then if it looks like Jube's gonna fall, we panic and attach it and winch.
But
Okay.
give me some leeway. Don't immediately win shit if I move slightly. I got this. Trust.
Okay?
I don't trust.
I'm stood ready and watching for the 180.
Yeah. Are you ready? Let's get ready to rumble,
Where do I
fellas.
attach it? To these? Yeah.
I think,
Do I
yeah.
have room to move forward?
Alright.
Yeah, some room.
So inch forward, drop a bit, then turn left. Okay, cool.
Juby's not really not the process. Who's getting left behind today? Nobody. We're the Jacker boys. Nobody gets left behind.
Tell that to the peak playthrough, which was traumatic as fuck.
Dude's not turned. Dude's not turned. Dude's not turned. Dude, I don't. Can the RV do this? I don't even think this is a Jube situation. I don't think the RV's short
What?
enough.
What? Yeah, it is. I can do this.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, I'm moving with the RV, so I don't know
Oh.
about the winch idea.
Maybe just winch it now.
Yeah.
Nah, you guys are quitters.
Oh no, we're gonna attach the winch. I'm not gonna actually winch it. You can still try and, you know.
Yippee!
Oh, I see.
You gonna
Alright.
go, Jube?
Yeah, if I have permission.
But you need to like start turning now. Like now, right now. Oh no.
It's fine. Situation's under control.
Is it fine?
No, it's not fine.
Oh
Hold on, let me put this shit in
no.
reverse real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say the RV is vibrating an awful lot.
Am I hanging off the...
Yes.
Guys, I think you're gonna have to go on without me.
But we need the RV, man.
One second. One second.
Dude, we need the RV. Oh.
Right, hold on, I got this.
Stop.
No, I got this.
Dude, you do not have this. Dude.
Wait,
I do
no,
trust-
this is the wrong thing.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm getting out of here.
Our RV's dead, dude.
Drive up the ladder. The RV's gonna climb up the ladder like we did, and it'll be fine.
I do not like how this is swaying.
Hey, Peachy.
Hi.
Can you see me? I'll put it in park.
Oh, wrong side.
Is there anything the rear winch could attach to and we could save it? Or is it just dead?
I think it might be dead. Okay, let's see. Wait.
Oh!
That was kind of working.
Really?
Get your ass on my windscreen.
The RV's about to die. It needs to be repaired. If you can get in there and get a hammer and start hammering some things together.
I can do that. Hold
No,
on.
we need. Oh god, okay.
There goes, don't worry.
What does this thing even do? Can I rotate these?
I can't believe
How do you rotate this thing?
RV is so dead, dude.
Okay, slight issue. Everything's repaired, but I can't get back up. Oh, if it I fell out of it. Oh no.
I see. I think I saw you cleave through it. Are you
Yeah,
out
hold
of
on,
the
let me
RV? Are you
I
dead?
am. Let me try and throw the hammer back in. I missed. Oh, there goes the hammer.
I think this is over, man.
That'd be fun.
Wait, wait.
Oh. Maybe the Flippertronic might sort this situation.
But was that
Oh,
the
dead.
did the flipper just do that to the RV?
Oh, I'm out of bounds.
What?
What?
I'm in the truck. I'm in the RV
Wait, what?
and dead. I
I
went to heaven.
I need to see your I need to see your stream. What the fuck?
That was great. Yeah, I'm dead in the RV. This might be a bust. Just open the stream and this is what I
Alright,
see.
I'm just gonna blow up the RV now.
Yeah.
No.
Vehicle destroyed.
Jube was allowed to drive is what happened.
Alright. Well, it's your time to drive, Delphi.
Oh, it's my
What?
time.
Yeah.
Also, Beuchi, you are muted now, unfortunately, in game.
I forget that we have to do that.
Yes. Oh my god, yeah, I see what you were saying about the loot room.
The what room?
There's a room full of, like,
not
scrap
lube,
metal.
loot.
Loot? No! Hold on a minute. Wait, do you guys not want a disposable grill from the lube room?
No.
Yeah,
No.
Nicholas, thank you so much for the 13 months.
Why'd you say it like that?
What?
You're announcing a boxing match. It's Beuchi versus Jubileus.
Oh, you wanna fight?
No.
Wait, the other plank is not on
I can
yet.
see there's no plank, don't worry.
And you said I was rushing up, man. Look at Beuchi go.
Yuchi would win.
I don't know about that.
I mean, Jube's just like in a difficult situation, right? He can either lose or be a woman beater. Like, like he can...
I know what I'd do in that situation, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd lose. Yeah.
Oh, what? A jack?
What?
That's a sign.
It is.
The Jacker boys were destined to get here.
We're what?
Destined to get here?
I thought you said firsted.
What?
I don't know.
That's not even a word.
TMS heard it too, dude.
Listen, the Jacker signal.
We were gagging for this, dude.
Listen, Um,
The RV
I've
doesn't
got,
feel
I've
good.
got, I've got brackets on. Sometimes I say things weird.
Should I get eyes outside?
Also, congrats on the streak. I don't even know where you are.
Up the path? You lost Beuchi?
I'm exploring.
Oh, okay. Well, alright, it's just me and YouTube.
Yeah, there we go.
Cause there's just a lot of things over here.
It's fine. I don't need eyes.
You riding up the wall just like I did, bro, but when you do it, it's fine, I guess.
No, this is not fine. I should have waited. But I was like, no.
How do you even get these things without just dying?
I was like, out of spite, I'm gonna go. And now I regret everything.
Cause that's like a lot of scrap, and I don't know what this is. It's a
Uh-oh, I
syringe,
fell down one of the holes.
and I don't know what the other thing is. Oh no.
I'll take control from her.
Oh, I see.
Oh god, hit it. Got a winch pole. Are you laughing?
I started revving the engine to see if you'd panic, and you didn't.
Okay.
Oh my god, how did I... Wait, maybe I needed to drive up the wall after all. What is this?
That's why I said I needed eyes outside, but no one was giving me eyes, dude.
Sorry.
I don't know if this is gonna work. Try to winch the rear.
I'm bringing up a winch pole now.
Oh, you're not even in the RV. Okay.
Winch hoop.
Oh,
The
hi.
hooks!
Hello.
The hooks! SpongeBob, we got the hooks!
Anonymous, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much.
Didn't give me one, he must hate me, he must hate me.
Who's this? Alright, does someone want a winch?
Oh! Why did I do that? Okay, I'm fine.
Okay.
Is you fine?
I'm
Okay.
like one poke away from dying, but on the bright side, I found some winch poles and stuff.
Oh, thank you. Let me...
Do we need more winch poles?
Uh,
Chance?
we might
Not
do
for
later.
now.
I'll throw them up.
Yeah, bring
You
them
always-
here.
I was backstabbed, but threw them as close as I could.
Which one do we want to winch?
The front winch.
Oh, front.
Let me know when I'll take it out of park. I'm park at the moment.
No, the winch pole!
Okay, I'm out of park.
Oh, I'm fine.
That was unexpected.
We're not fine. I am
Ooh,
clipping
oops.
through the RV.
Yeah, no, this is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine.
Why can I see the poles going forward and backward at the top of my screen?
Hold.
What is
Oh
going on,
my
dude?
god. I just looked and saw what's happening.
Hold.
Why are we not?
This
Why
might-
are we not winching up? Why are we shaking? Dude, we need to put
Are
on
you-
we need to put on the fucking beat, dude. What the hell?
Are you hanging the RV to death?
What is going on?
You look like you're hanging the RV.
What are you doing?
It looks like it's struggling.
Dude,
That looks fun as fuck. Let me in.
I need to turn on the fucking. Need to turn on the music. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Alright, I'm in.
Yeah. I don't even hear it.
This is so stupid.
Relax.
It's so hard to relax when I'm getting seasick from a rocket
Can you
beaming.
raise the volume or is it a max?
Dude, I cannot target that thing right now.
Let me
It was a miracle I turned it
oh
on.
my god, that is crazy. Yeah, no, that is ridiculous.
Well, the thing that's happening is I put the rear winch on the bridge a bit ago, and now I'm just like winching both.
Great.
I just don't know how we're gonna recover. I don't think we can recover.
Well,
I think it might be yet another go
it
next.
just seems like you're having a fucking time torturing us. From your point of view on stream.
Wait, let me look up Beuchiism.
If
It looks like the RV's being actually like hung to death, man. This is like kind of terrifying.
if you get rid of the rear winch and try and winch forward, and hopefully the RV won't immediately explode from hitting the floor. Okay.
Well, good news is the RV is not fully dead.
Yeah.
Bad news is I went down with it.
Oh. Well, there's another remote.
Oh, are you kidding me? How did that hurt me?
You get in the driver's seat.
So you're gonna make me fix this?
No.
I mean, if anything,
I just need you there just in case something happens.
Okay. Oop, I'm floating.
This working?
Am I too high up? Oh, what the heck? There's a
I do not know where we are now.
stop station here to repair the truck. I keep saying truck, but it's the RV.
Oh. I think this RV's done for actually, looking at the winch. I don't know.
Nice jump. Okay, there we go.
Because this is just going through the floor now. This isn't...
Oh, I just fell out and I'm dead. Wait, I'm not dead? Oh my god, we're so back. So all we need to do, technically, is just drive it up the wall. Just like to me right now. Honestly, I don't know if this is savable. Like, how the hell we're hanging it to death, man.
It's not safe. Like, the winch has gone, like, under.
We're hanging it to death.
Where's the RV? Can I land on it? I don't think I can. Well, I wanted to, like, maybe try to use the jack to, like, pull it away from the wall. In true Jacker Boys fashion.
I think this poor RV's dead.
I'm gonna go get a drink in Jacker Boy fashion real quick as well. A beer. Right, but one sec.
Okay. I don't. Wait, I did fit through the hole, but I missed. I'm being crushed by the RV.
Yeah, I'm just gonna destroy the RV, man. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Man, this place sucks. Nice.
fine.
All right. I say every time we destroy the vehicle, the driver changes.
Yeah.
Oh. So, what was that noise?
Oh,
Oh,
did he not mute his mic?
no.
Yeah.
You haven't either.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Lol. Hypocrite.
Go help.
What? I was drinking, man.
You would do anything but Jack.
Quenching my thirst. For what? Okay. I can't really throw you if you refuse to say anything. Oh, I needed the plank of wood to help. Whoops. What are you guys' thoughts on
Oh, Q.
on the Fortnite Simpsons season ending now? Personally, I'm very sad.
I do not care about Fortnite.
Wow.
I'm sorry, dude.
Wow.
I'm glad you care about Fortnite.
Not Beuchiism thrown out. You're telling me, man. You're telling me.
I suddenly feel so relaxed. Yeah. You should.
I think now that the truck's not being hung to death, yeah, I feel a bit more relaxed.
Why are planks so?
Right?
I think they just fall straight, but
I literally had one sip of. I feel like a cartoon character that comically can't hold their drink because I had one sip of beer and I already have the hiccups. Like, what's wrong with me?
wait until you hick down, bro.
I hicked down once, bro, never again.
I think we're gonna be moving on to our next driver very soon.
Oh, I just
Shut
fell
up.
and I'm dead.
Oh my god.
It's hard to not jump around whimsically and comically, man.
Hey, Jude, get ready to drive, dude.
Oh my god. Well, at least it landed on its feet.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay. It's surprising
It
he didn't
flipped
take too
over.
much damage.
Yeah.
Do you want to repair before take two, Bucci, or?
Nah.
Okay.
I need my music. 1 second. How do you get out? E. Yeah. There we go. That's better.
These planks were old. These.
Am I stuck? Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, if you reverse winch, it should get you out.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
What? Teamwork.
Yeah.
Oh no, that plank just... Oh no.
Oh. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum,
So did the
bum,
hiccups
bum,
kill
bum,
you?
bum,
Or...
bum,
Yeah,
bum,
I'm
bum,
dead.
bum, bum,
Oh, he's actually dead.
bum, bum. Wait, he
Yeah,
see?
I wasn't
Where,
joking, man.
When did you
You just dropped a
die?
What?
blank of wood on me. I
where
fell
did
through
you
the hole.
die?
Bro just walked off on me, man. What the hell? Come back.
What are you talking about? You're alive.
This Jew guy sounds lame. This Jew guy can't hold his liquor. Hold on, man. Wait, you just walked up to me, man. You know I'm dead, don't you?
I revived you.
Wait, oh, you did. Whoops.
Oh my god.
Well, the interface didn't change in the slightest. Still in the same
Okay.
spot.
Alright.
This Jew
Let's see
guy
how
sounds
this
lame. He can
goes.
shut up right now.
Oh.
What was that, Beuchi? What are you doing?
Oh. Well.
Uh-oh.
You have to reverse winch it again, I think.
I think we are gonna have to do that.
Oh, the winch isn't connected.
Where's the... Okay. Where's the pole?
So if you just grab the winch on the back of the truck and just stick it in the floor a bit further back.
Oh, right. Oh, it's... Why am I getting
hey.
pulled upwards? I'm getting... Can you outie it a bit, please?
What do you
Thank
mean
you.
now?
Release the winch a
Just got the
little.
winch thing. I'm getting thrown around like a...
He's trying to put the
Wait.
winch, but he's getting pulled back.
I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
that I'm not doing anything.
Oh, I just need to put it down. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, the times that's happened, I just like go back and reset it, and it seemed to work. I don't know. The winches are very
Okay, save to winch.
glitchy.
We're
Okay.
so back.
Okay, keep the RVs rolling.
Okay.
Boom. Couldn't be more even than that, if I'm being quite honest. Okay, maybe it could be.
Same.
Boom. Wait,
Oh,
hold
that
on.
was good. Oh.
Oh, is it? Boom. Oh, that is... It don't get better than this, man.
Third time's the charm. We'll see.
Really is. Watch this.
Ba, ba, ba.
Just go straight.
Just right.
Yep.
What did I tell you, man? What did I tell you?
Okay, so around here, there's quite a few gaps.
Like he sees.
You're riding up the wall. You're riding up the wall. You're riding up the wall. riding up the wall.
I know, but there's no much space.
You can do it. I'm pushing you.
Okay.
Oh no! Keep going forward. Keep going forward. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm
It would
stuck
appear
on
her wheel
something.
is stuck in the floor. Hold on. Oh, you might need to like. Oh, hold on.
Okay.
You want to forward winch it a little bit.
I'm inching her forward. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Get in the driver's seat.
Might want to swing
ready?
in a bit though. That left back wheel is
Uh,
Hmm.
No, I don't know if that's inching you back up.
stay on the wheel. I'll try and get on the remote.
Okay. Oh, nice. Hmm. I don't know. I think it's
Jube, can you winch the
It's lift-
back?
it's
Yeah.
lifting the back of the RV.
Yeah. Same when the winch is down.
It is, but there is a gap here. I won't go too far back.
That's fine. It's just.
Oh,
Should I unwinch it? Seems like it's back on its legs.
I'll do a little, tiny bit more. Hmm. This is terrifying. Oh, jeez.
oh,
Okay.
Oh, let me unwinch it for you now.
Yeah. Winch. Unwinched it.
is it?
Oh, do I need to put it back on, or can I just let it go?
You.
Oh no,
Oh, you can
reset.
let it go. Are we good?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay, keep going. Or I want to like. Yep.
Is this where I turn?
I'd say if you park brake where you are, have a look.
Okay. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Hey, I got it first time, man. That's all I'm saying.
Oh. Come on, get up there.
This part doesn't look too bad. This turning is insane.
Yeah, these. How the heck are we gonna do these?
Like, I'm not sure if we need to, like, just winch 90 degrees.
We might have to. I don't know. Oh boy. All right. Hey Jube, can you grab me? Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
you want to do it with or without
That's
winching?
full service, put into the seat and everything.
I don't know. I would say
With or without winch. With or without.
I feel like the winch is gonna affect how we turn.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
Alright, we do it without winch. I believe in you.
Oh no. Where's my music though? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Why am I moving? Why am I moving? Why am I moving?
Oh,
Oh my god.
oh, she's gonna run me over, but it's fine.
We're just absolutely slamming
no, no,
it.
no, no.
Alright, this is what I did before, and it didn't go well. Be careful.
Yeah, I think one of my wheels is off.
Oh, now they're all
Oh,
well.
is he not?
No, yeah, all four of them in there. Okay. I'm wondering if the door's clipping.
Oh
or
my
anything.
god. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay. If you reverse to the right. Might actually have a chance at it.
He's kind of spitting. Oh no, avoid. I don't know if you can go much further than that, honestly. Without jeopardizing the health of the truck.
Scary, dude.
Okay, go forward a little bit. Keep your wheels fully to the left. Yeah. Forward a little bit.
Yeah.
Forward. 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 Okay. Park and brake.
Okay.
So now you just want to gently reverse.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Just tap it in. Just tap it in.
Just reverse?
Yeah. Just reverse.
Oh, okay. All right.
Gently reverse. Oh,
Just tap it in.
yeah, keep going. 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 Keep going. Okay, park and brake.
This is terrifying.
Okay. Fully to the left
That's
again.
fine with.
Go forward.
If it makes you feel better, Beuchi, we've only got all of this to do after it, so
Gently.
there's really no pressure.
Gently. Gently.
I'm going.
Okay, just keep going. Going.
Keep
Going. Keep going. 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 Keep going. Going. Keep going. Park and brake.
Are you good?
Okay. It was starting to slide off a little. Okay, so what you're gonna need to do, fully left, and you want to like just hit it pretty hard. Okay.
Yeah, throw that shit to the left.
God,
Fully
oh
to
no.
left, and you're gonna need to hit
Yeah.
it kind of hard.
Yeah.
For like a short and sweet burst. Okay. You ready?
No, but oh.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Oh shit! Uh-oh.
Okay.
What fell off then as well?
Okay. Fuck, I cannot get in the car. Have you hit park and brake?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you try and throw the winch remote out the window? This window here.
This window here.
Thank you for pointing the window.
This one. This here.
Yeah, this window right here.
Just this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay. I think actually, can you move this hook?
Hold on. Oh yeah.
You grab that.
we need to
So,
relax.
here?
We need
Wait,
to relax.
Yeah, grab that, and then put like more like here. Okay.
What here?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, here.
Operation Save RV.
Oh, I almost fell through the gate. I need to stop jumping around, man.
Oh. Hang on, hang on.
I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't know if
Oh.
it's good or bad, but I don't like what I'm seeing. Should I put off the parking brake?
Is it on?
Yeah.
Yeah, leave it on. Okay.
Oh, leave it on. Okay.
Grab it. Dude.
Yep.
It's stuck on a plank.
Yeah.
I
More,
can see
like,
it.
Can you bring it like here? If it's
here.
young, can you back? You'll have to reset it and come back.
Oh,
I don't
like
know,
reset
I don't
it,
know
like,
if I'm
throw it back
pointing at the
the-
right thing. Like, I don't know if you can see my pointing. But
If you just go to the RV and reset it.
Okay, there we go. And you want it here?
Yeah, like here.
Oops, sorry, my... Oh, okay.
what?
No!
I'm out of the RV.
Oh, I just saw
I'm
it
dead.
fall and hit the floor.
Okay, it's okay.
It's fine, the RV's fine.
As long as the RV's fine.
Exactly. I guess I'll go get her.
I should have stayed on the driver's seat. But I wanted to see what was happening.
Oh no.
It's probably best you went down.
Oh! 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 The RV's sideways.
Yep. But we can
Oh, I can't even see it.
we can recover sideways.
You think?
Oh! 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 You're doing it! Oh! Oh! Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Oh my god!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We got the
Oh,
problem.
Beuchie, look, here's my remote royal.
Hey, thanks. Glug, glug,
Found it.
glug, 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 glug,
Yeah,
glug.
yeah, enjoy.
We've got the problem again, where the wheel is under the plank.
Oh no! It's
No.
time. It's time for the Jacker boys to shine.
I think.
But
I better not slide away.
fellow Jacker boy, are you ready to conquer the RV?
Yes!
Let's go, soldier! Get up! Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah.
I'm trying to find a way to get back in the RV, man. Oh, there's a hatch on top. Okay.
Where do we go now? Oh, over here.
Where do we
There's
go
like a ladder
now?
there. I was about to do. Oh, yeah, no, take the ladder. Don't do what I did.
What? I kind of want to grab one of these.
Are
God,
you
the
okay?
ladders are, yeah, the ladders are so janky.
Oh yeah, no, they're scuffed. The letters are pretty scuffed.
Hmm. Oh.
I'm reading that in your singing voice too. I just wanted you to know that.
Okay.
So it's time for you to
Any,
jack.
yeah, where are,
Yo. Oh wait. Oh my god, this is like quite saved.
can you throw me in?
Oh, gladly. Where are you?
The hatch is
Yeah.
open on the top, right? I open the
Yeah.
hatch.
Thank you. Now where is
That's a
the
good
jack?
thing.
I thought they were here. Oh, Jack Powers.
What? Like a superhero.
No, it's the name of it. Okay.
A superhero and his powers to
Jack Powers Power Pole.
to
I'd say
power
it's
up
a
his
good thing
pole.
too.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see what. Wait, 1 second.
Oh!
1 second. 1 second. I see what happened. It was pushing the door in. I just need to put it somewhere where there's no door to open.
We need more jack, dude. I think a good jack pole could tip over. Unless you've been. Well,
Where's the other one? We had another one, right?
it might be on the roof.
Hmm.
Oh no, it's not on the roof.
The roof is
There is.
getting jacked.
Oh, there is the Flippertronic on there.
Oh shit! Wait, yeah, the flippertronic.
Flippertronic's on the
That's
roof.
exactly what we need. We need a flipper.
I mean,
It's
hang on.
funny that I can sit down.
Let me close the door. We might be able to get this further in. And it should get more jack. Nope. Nope.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Where'd the jack go?
Yeah, what the heck? Where did it go? Oh no. Well, I know. Yeah, there it is. How? I see. Okay.
What's the Flippertronic work again?
Wait a second. How?
Oh! The Flippertronic, never use it! Never use it! Oh,
Oh no,
my
I
god!
missed it. What the heck
Oh
happened?
my god, it just fucking exploded the RV.
Yeah.
What?
Parts were flying everywhere.
Dude,
Oh no.
it didn't even move the RV. Just everything on the
Yeah.
RV just flew off.
Bro, yeah, everything moved, just not the actual
Oh,
fucking RV.
Jesus Christ. That was terrifying.
So,
Oh, what a world.
I was just wondering where. Oh, you go over there. What's this bridge for? Oh, to get
Oh?
to the other side? Oh.
We
Dude,
are
Oh!
so back.
dude.
Oh!
Holy cow. We are so back, man.
Oh!
Okay, I want to get like up on here. Then I know we've done it. You know? It. Holy shit.
I bring another jack.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Freaking done it. I can't believe
We
these.
freaking done it.
But don't use don't use the like there's a repair machine here. We can just use it.
Yeah, but it doesn't fix the body.
Wait, what?
It only fixes the chassis.
Oh, I see.
We're gonna need to like hammer it in anyway.
What the? Don't do that. Don't throw it. Oh my god.
It's alright.
I see.
Dead people. What?
Repairs anything
see
that's
what?
blue.
Sorry.
Did we grab all the scrap metal at the bottom?
I believe so.
I grabbed some.
Like, it's fine. We only need to do all that.
Look, we made it here.
Yeah, we made it here. We can do
No.
anything.
No checkpoints, right? We didn't hit any checkpoints yet.
Don't think.
The welding machine, will let's repair it? Or is that what you did?
No, that I already used it.
Ah, sorry. Alright.
Okay.
Ooh.
One jack there. I feel like we lost a jack.
Nah, it's all three of us are here. Gang's all here.
Hey.
Because
Okay.
Well,
I'm
that-
pretty sure we had two. And I don't
So
I
I'm
haven't seen
assuming
the second one.
I have to drive
Yeah.
across this view. This long rock.
Yeah. I guess so.
Oh, my pewter lights are on. I thought they couldn't do that anymore. I guess they're just bugged to hell.
Gonna have a
I'm
scout
just
ahead.
worried because I just have the feeling that this rock is not wide enough.
Yeah, it's gonna need you to be very good at steering.
Great. I'm good at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we got another. There's a sketchy turn, but there's a lot of room.
Where?
There's a sketchier turn with less room.
I guess I'll put somewhere
Oh my
in here.
god.
Where? Where do I put it? Doesn't fit.
We need 2 planks, Jude.
Okay. On it.
Come down and get one. but-
Blank one.
Oh, we do have flares. Where do I put
Wait,
these?
what? Wait, which way do we have to go?
I'm on my way, I'll show you the way. We need planks at the very end of the hill. Like,
Hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, down here?
yeah. This is gonna be a nightmare.
Oh. Yeah, this is... I don't like this already.
What?
Go up here.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have to do some...
Yeah, this is crazy.
Oh, God.
This turn in
Oh,
here isn't too
Gucci.
bad. There's a lot of room. That turn is not too bad. Then
Yeah.
immediately into this turning.
Oh, bro.
Oh,
Not great.
I just saw you do like a 180, like a U-turn. I don't like that.
Then this is gonna be rough. I think a plank might be needed here.
Yeah.
But then we need planks across here.
Oh,
Where did you all
God.
even go?
See?
Yeah. So,
You,
like...
you got them really good last time, so... I'll be back with
Oh,
the
yeah,
other
no,
plank.
I'm the playing master, bro.
Is
I
that
know
a
what I'm doing.
house?
Yeah, house?
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, at the other side. The very top.
There is a whole parkour thing going on, what we can do. But...
Oh, I see. I see where you're putting the planks. Oh boy.
I mean,
Big
I'm just
inhale.
I mean, you should come
I'm
up and have a
just-
look to see what you're gonna be driving.
I'm just not even confident that I'm gonna make it past this bridge. This rock.
This
Okay,
part's
see
gonna
what's
be
up
nasty.
there.
Like, this is nasty here.
Mm.
This turn in looks
Yeah,
nasty,
this
but
one's
there's a
like
lot of room.
not too bad, yeah.
But then you immediately go into this turn in.
While you guys plot, by the way, I'm just gonna quickly go wash my plate before the plate stinks of beef stew.
What the heck? Alright,
Two
alright,
secs.
alright. Thought. What about throwing somebody up here and winching it?
You think you can throw someone up there?
Well, actually, I just noticed there's also a staircase.
That's parkour, like...
Yup. It could it could work. I don't know.
If you can throw a winch pole up... Oh my god. I just...
Can you throw? What?
The problem is... Okay, can you try and throw me up there?
Oh.
Because the person's
Okay.
going to need to be holding the winch as they get thrown.
Oh.
My legs! The thing is, like, it's a good idea, but I don't know how we'll get the winch up there.
Yeah, I don't know
Like-
either.
Like, there is the parkour. Also, I'm dead, by the way. Oh, thank you.
Jude.
What are we gonna do with this guy?
Can you res me, Jude? We got a surprise for you.
Yes. Okay. Alright. Hit me.
Follow me, follow me.
I'm terrified.
Parkour.
Okay. Ooh, I saw this. Can I do it?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
Parkour,
hardcore.
Fuck's
Oh!
sake, man.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, ah!
You dead or alive, bro?
I
Dead
think
or
he's dead.
alive?
I
You
think
guess,
he's
bro.
dead.
You guess.
You know what? I've just had an idea.
Oh. What's the idea? What are you doing? You know? That's very clever. Hmm.
Oh gee. That plank just did some horrible shit. Oh, fine.
You can do that. Or not. I feel like
The thing is, I feel like you actually need to do that. I don't.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think I was gonna make
Oh.
that, honestly.
Wait. Where are you, Jube?
I'm all the way at the ground floor, man. I fell
Oh,
far.
that's funny because you're.
Sorry, is it funny? Oh. So yeah, I'm not actually there.
Hey, Tube.
What? Oh. Wait, what? I was. Why would you do that? What happened? What happened to you?
Oh, dude, you don't.
I really don't. What the heck?
Oh my god, I'm crying. I'm actually crying, dude.
I fell off and just landed right in front of her, and then just slowly rolled off the fucking side.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell, man.
Oh my god.
I need to. I gotta see the clip from Beuchi's point of view, man.
I know, I kind of want to see this.
It's so good.
I haven't heard Beuchi laugh this much in a while.
RV cinema.
Alright, let's see. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, the roll!
Oh my god.
Yeah, I can see why. I can see why she's laughing.
That was.
It's like a.
Oh my god!
It's like a Family Guy bit. It like plays out like a Family Guy bit.
Look at that, dude. You didn't do anything to help me, man. You just watched me fucking all the way.
You could have picked him up at any point.
You could have saved me at any point.
You were too shocked.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Like a Family Guy bit, man. Like he just kept going and going and going. I was laughing when you hit the floor, but the fact you just kept rolling.
You did nothing.
Yeah, she just let you go, man.
It was just so funny.
She could have ran up to you.
God, I really
You-
did
you
land in
just-
the perfect place as well.
It's the fact that he just keeps rolling like it follows the trail. Like he doesn't keep rolling in a straight
Oh
line. He
my
like does a
God.
left-hand turn at the end of it.
Oh my
Oh
god.
Jesus, man! It's the fact that you did a perfect left turn as you hit the end of the
Oh.
path.
I
Like, you followed it
cannot
and everything.
believe it.
Oh, wow.
Incredible. Oh, I
Just-
really I need to clean my glasses and I need to clean my freaking eyes because I've been crying this whole time.
I can't
Oh, that
believe it,
was
dude.
so funny.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh,
Oh, that's so stupid.
laughing so hard your neck snapped.
oh.
Oh,
Like, that was so dumb from
Oh,
my
wow.
point of view, but that's just even better, man.
yeah. Oh, I could have just like revived you with these
Thank you.
Oh.
because
Dude.
I don't think this uses. Yeah, this doesn't use
Oh,
the
whoops.
syringe.
Oh, wait, whoops. I was still holding.
Oh.
Oh, that gonna be a fucking goated clip, dude. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's like
Oh,
that's like clip of the year almost.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
my god.
I'm glad you're alive.
I'm glad you're alive too, bro. Thanks for being here.
Oh, I'm gonna cook a burger when we get back up.
Okay, bro. Let's eat burgers together. I'm glad you're here, bro.
Am I not one of the bros or what?
You can just
Nah,
watch,
bro.
like how you just watch me roll down the fucking hill,
Yeah.
dude.
You don't feel now, Jack of Bros.
Can't believe these.
You had like a minute to save me.
Yep, you had a minute to save him, bro. And what did you do, bro? You didn't save him, bro.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
Oh no!
Oh my fucking god, right. We're gonna have to cook some burgers up, man.
Are you dead or alive, man?
I'm alive.
Okay, thank fuck.
Oh, I'm on a big bridge. Oh, hello.
Go. Battle on the big bridge.
Battle on the big bridge, let's go, bro. Oh, it's Beuchiism. I'm gonna throw her off for what she did to you.
I mean, to be fair, she didn't do anything to me, which is, I guess, the problem.
Ah, yeah, true. Okay. They're nice.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's.
How do I get to the RV?
Oh my
from
god!
here?
I accidentally hit the grill. I didn't mean to.
Yeah. Ugh.
Oh. Burgers.
Borg.
Burger.
Hold up, I need burger as well, man. I need a couple burgers.
Alright, don't worry. I'm gonna cook a bunch up for us.
Yo, John Final Fantasy reference from the game Final Fantasy 14.
Oh,
Yeah,
I wonder how John Final Fantasy's doing right now.
I do.
I hope he's doing well.
absolute taste. You should get that. No, you should get that.
Oh, thank you.
I've got a small amount of healing left, so.
Burger.
That's just burger. Oh my god, I have so much to heal through. Hold on.
There's nuggets. Oh.
Classic burger.
Nuggets.
I'm healed up.
Oh, there you go. I'm healed up. Lovely.
I'm good enough. I don't.
Dude, do you want to do something really funny, but then you'd lose all your heat?
Sure.
Stand on that.
Oh no.
To be fair,
Okay,
I thought
that
you.
wasn't too
To
bad.
be fair, I thought you were gonna go a lot further.
Yeah,
That was
but, I mean,
kind of pathetic.
But when we get to the top, could be a funny incentive, you know.
Oh yeah, we just flip ourselves off.
Why do we flip ourselves off, man? That's rude.
Alright.
We've had our fun. Now it's time to
Slam the door on Delphi.
relax.
Apparently. Oh wait, he should have.
Okay. I'm like in the center of the rock, okay? Oh, you might need to reverse back a bit first.
Yeah.
Kind of want to get back on the wooden path. Oh,
Oh, the Flippatronic is like flying around the RV for some reason. I should
Oh,
probably put it
yeah,
on the
because
roof, right?
I just couldn't get to the roof.
Oh damn. Okay.
the RV's rolling.
Relax.
I see you looking at me.
I'm trying to see if I'm doing anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, what's she cooking?
Do you want to grab the winch remote? Don't use it.
Sure. Where is it in the RV?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if I scream, press it.
Wait, hold on. Is it? It's front, right? It's
Yeah,
front.
yeah, it'd be the front.
Okay.
Okay, Beuchi.
Okay.
Give it a go. Okay, straighten out a little bit. Okay, over the bump. Okay, okay. Okay, more left, more left, more left. Okay, straight, straight. Okay.
Oh wow, she's killing it. Okay.
Okay.
Nice, 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 nice. Okay, now you can start turning right. Oh, you've... That's a big jump forward.
Yeah.
You just do nice little... That's it. Nice. Nice. Okay, straighten up. So your left wheel is gonna want to be... Your right wheel, sorry, is gonna want to be on this plank.
Okay. Oh, I think it's off, right?
Yeah,
Maybe?
yeah. Nice,
Oh.
nice, nice,
Okay.
nice, nice.
I'm
Yeah.
scraping against the wall.
Yeah.
This might be a winch thing.
Okay. Hit the parking brake.
Yep.
Okay. Oh. Okay. No, I do not want. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm alive. Somehow.
What just happened? Oh no! What just
I
happened?
fell. There was a hole.
Oh.
I have a pixel of
man.
health. That's crazy.
Oh man! Oh no!
Can I get back up this way? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, your back wheel's in a perilous position.
Yeah, I think I can.
Okay. Put the winch. All right.
Do I?
Winch it forward.
Forward, yeah.
Winch it
Do I
forward.
take the parking brake down? Oh.
Hang on, hang on, hang on. Stop winching a
Wait,
sec.
how do I stop it?
Just let go.
Oh, right, okay.
You turn your wheels to the left, Beuchi?
Oh, left.
Yeah. Winch. Winching.
Oops.
Left.
Okay, okay, stop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you parking braked?
Yeah.
Okay, you should be good to drive now. Was trying to get your back wheel back on the platform because it was hanging off.
Okay.
Okay. Safe to go.
Okay.
More to the left, your back wheel. Oh god. Just in case. Okay, cool. So this is where you want to do the 180 over here, but you got quite a lot of room.
I can barely see anything.
Running out of space forwards.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you might want to reverse a bit, actually.
Oh, that's not reversing. Nice, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you got this.
One of your wheels has gone down a hole, but
LOL!
We'll be fine.
I mean, no.
maybe, yeah.
That's not lol, actually.
Okay. This is a real tight left turn. Might.
What?
Oh, right, sorry. What I might suggest, if you move forward a bit more. Okay, stop.
Oh boy.
Okay. If you hold the wheel fully to the right,
Yep.
you start winching.
Yep.
Oh. 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 I like these.
Hold on.
That's fine, yeah.
It's like...
Keep
Yeah,
winching.
okay. Okay.
Oh.
Just worried about that wheel on the right. Oh no, it's fine.
Okay, stop winching.
Are the Jagger boys gonna become the Winter boys?
Okay. Can you drive forward a little bit?
Okay. Just forward?
Yeah. Well, forward and right if you
Okay.
can, but
Okay.
Gucci, that's backward and right.
okay, cool, cool.
Yo, there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Full right and winch.
Okay.
Good to go.
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing this. Always have been. I can't believe we're doing this.
Okay, stop winching. Stop winching.
Yeah, I don't like the way it's rattling.
You should be able to just drive forward and then right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, keep it going right. Cool, and straighten out.
I can't see a thing.
That's fine. Tell you when to park.
There you go,
Okay,
yeah.
park and brake.
Oh.
So you might want to
right.
come out and have a look at this.
Okay.
I'm
You might want to see this, guys.
I'm gonna attach the winch, but I don't want to use it. But
Use it. You say use it.
if you drive
Sorry.
straight, I think you'll be okay. Do you see, like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see.
if at any point it looks like it's gonna tip, I'm gonna be like, winch, you know?
What'd you say?
Yeah.
Like that?
Also, I guess there wasn't a house at the other side. It's just this blank.
This isn't even the hardest part yet, man.
Is there anything past these?
Yeah,
Oh no.
it's our, it's this last gap where we gotta drive over these planks.
Mm-hmm.
But might be able to winch for safety as well.
Can you do me a favor, Jube? I can't jump up the stairs. I
course,
can't
hold on.
get back into the
Oh.
RV.
I need to throw the remote back in there, so you might have to pass it back to me as well. I got you, I got you. Don't move. I got you. There you go.
Thank you.
Can you pass me the remote now, maybe?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm in. Oh, hold on.
Wait.
I got it.
Pass you the remote. Where's the other one?
It's here, I got it.
Oh.
I threw it into the RV and then climbed into the RV myself.
How do you emote again? E?
Why are you
I was
emoting?
Yeah, why are you
I-
emoting?
I was gonna do a thumbs up.
No. I'm actually gonna... There's more nuggets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh jeez. How did you not get in here?
I don't know. I kept trying to get in and I couldn't.
Fuck these right here. Holy
I don't like these.
The full hill.
Yep.
Okay.
How do you emote?
X.
Ah, thank you. See, my keybinds, the one for emoting is gone.
Go.
Wait,
Oh
what?
wait, because it doesn't work. Is it just?
Did you unbind
You
it at
hold
any
it,
point?
I think.
Can you rebind?
I didn't, but
Oh wait, yeah, it's not showing.
keybinds.
What the heck?
Hmm. I think my game is weird because I can't choose any of the tabs. I can't change tab, so I can't even look at my keybinds. It's fine. I guess I won't emote. Just forward.
Yeah.
Do we not want to put down planks anyway, just in case?
I don't want to risk losing these planks.
Oh, I mean planks from down there. I can go grab them. We've come this far. We might as well. have a backup,
I
right?
think the planks will just get pushed off.
Okay, sure.
Let's do this.
Well, you heard the man.
Okay, actually, the final challenge. Yeah. Okay.
Got the winch on YouTube?
I do, yeah. Hold on, let me grab it.
Okay, hang on. This isn't good. This isn't good. Okay. The winch being fucky? No. Okay.
Go.
Winch.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Is the wheel back up, Jube?
It kind of is, but it kind of isn't. It needs just a little push.
Okay, stop. Don't drive, Beauty.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. Winch.
Did she look at me? Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Is the wheel... Oh, stop.
Yep. You good.
Okay. By some grace of God. Okay. Oh my god, what... Beauty, what are you doing? Oh my god.
She just ran me over for no reason whatsoever. What the
Okay.
fuck? She
By-
just ran me over. Did you see that, bro?
Okay, by some grace of
Try
God,
and kill
these
both of them.
planks are kind of lined up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I think if you straighten the wheel and just fucking go. Straight. No. Keep the wheel straight. Don't turn them.
Okay.
Kinda.
And just go.
Just go.
Jube.
Just go. Don't worry about him. Just go.
Yeah, don't worry
Okay.
about me. I'm not in the way. I'm gonna winch it.
Dude,
'cause-
there's no winch lock. Don't.
Oh, whoops.
I can't turn. I can't move.
God. Okay.
I can give you a push. Or is that risky?
Might be risky. I don't know.
Winch. Winch and keep driving forward. Okay. Park and brake, park and brake.
Oh my god, we've lost a plank. Oh my god.
Okay.
So, can I even, like, okay, I can't.
What was this?
What the heck is these?
Oh, it's a hat. I don't want a hat.
Oh, I want a hat. Where's the hat?
I just threw it. There it is.
Oh, cute hat.
You can kind of see where we came from through this gap.
I'm just trying to see if there's a winch we can stick in the rock. A hook.
I can't believe this game isn't over yet.
Is there more past here?
Yeah, we just need to get the truck up here though. It's the fucking problem.
I think that in the distance might be our next checkpoint. That's so long without a checkpoint.
I mean,
I'm scared.
do we want to just try and thrust the RV up, or do we want to go back down and get a winch pull?
I'm happy to go and get one.
We could jack it.
Du, du, du,
No jacket.
du, 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 du.
I mean, we're the Jagged Boys after all.
Yeah.
Du, du,
I-
du, 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 du.
I don't know. Where are you gonna put the jacks on?
Maybe on the front?
Okay. Like front middle.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it fits.
If it fits, I sit.
can I don't know how
throw
you
this guy off the ledge.
I don't know how you all get in the RV. I can't jump in.
What happens when you're 5'2"?
Lol.
5'4", thank you.
Okay, what? Can you move out the way?
It's fine, Beuchi.
I
Delphi
will get eventually.
Delphi's just a little bit taller than I am.
Fine, you know. I definitely am gonna get in the RV now. I mocked them. Definitely,
Like
definitely.
smaller, bro.
Actually, I can get in the RV.
You wouldn't last a minute in our shoes, bro. Okay, wow.
Oh, I see. He's cheating.
What?
Wait, is he?
Was
Did he
I
just
trying to
cheat?
get in the RV?
I to prove a point. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyways, it's Jagger time.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Fine, we're fine. We're fine. Okay.
Did you see wincher poles down there actually? Down this ladder. Over here. Wanna go in the venture tube?
Oh yeah.
There's a ladder over here. And down the ladder. This way. Down the bottom of the ladder. Wincher poles.
Oh, sure. Right, take this off me. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's like scrap there and shit, right? As well.
Oh, nice.
Can I get back there, or do I need to jump? Oh, I need a jump.
You're the
I
parkour
am
king.
not doing that again.
Let's not scrap it. It's all just winch poles. Okay. I'm gonna throw them like down here.
What do you mean?
Wait, down?
But you can climb back
What?
up the ladder, can't you?
Well, I can't take all three, can I?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
So
guess I could.
you're just gonna toss them.
I take. Look, I take damage every time I jump off of this, so I might as well bring them to a place where I can bring them up if I need to.
Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. No, there's a ladder here actually. Never
I
mind.
just told you that.
I didn't listen.
Uh-huh.
It was fun. Look.
Dude. Is that like
Oh.
a super secret hat over there?
A super
Where?
secret hat? Ooh.
It's like I'm trying to point, but I think it might be too far away. You see, okay, if you stand where I am.
I don't even know where you are.
Oh. You see that plank going
Oh,
across?
yeah.
Yeah, you see?
Is it time?
I don't think it's worth the risk.
I get to there.
Beuchi, wait. You cannot throw me that far.
Are you sure?
What happens if I die, Beuchi?
We resurrect you? Maybe?
I will say you go on without me. Like, I do.
One risk at a time because I am struggling to get back. Ooh, to get back up.
How are you struggling to get back
Ow.
up? It's
Why don't
just
you
a
come
ladder.
down here and why don't you come down there and do it?
If you die, you just sit there and watch. Listen.
What's wrong with the ladder, bro?
I couldn't get back up where you guys were. There was like a big gap between the next place to jump.
I'm just not sure what the problem is. Is the ladder too high up?
He's nearly here.
Yeah.
Nearly.
It was too risky. If I fell all the way down, it'd just be...
What do you mean too risky?
Right, that's it. I'm gonna prove a point by killing myself,
No.
which is...
No.
No.
What? No.
No.
Put it like here. Put it like here.
I'm just trying to understand
Yeah. Here's good.
what the problem is.
No, they'll show you. There was some scrap metal over here, by the way. Is it worth me going to get it, or...?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Do I take out the jack? Probably
Then-
for the best.
Just say wait.
Oh.
Get the winch remote first. In case there's weird physics when you jack off.
Weird physics.
Bango.
Alright, release the jack. You already have.
I already have.
Jack.
Gonna get actually get in the driver's seat, yeah.
Okay. Do I turn?
There for support.
Okay.
Okay, I think you in park?
Yeah.
Okay, if you just drive towards me, like slightly to the right, basically.
Okay, yeah, you need to keep jumping because I do not see you.
Nice. Oh. And then here. Turn right. What is the RV doing? Oh my. Okay.
Okay.
This way. Don't go too fast because there's a kind of a steep drop coming.
Do I just go forward?
Yeah, go forward. You want to get in the RV, Juve,
Sure.
and keep your eyes on the bear spray because I don't trust this area.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait, yeah,
that's a good point.
All right, yeah, just go
Mhm.
straight.
Another favor. Put on the Jagger Boys theme song.
Oh, fine. Gotta do everything in this house.
Hey, dude, can you give me a kiss?
Yeah, sure, man. Why not? At this point, why not?
Yeah, straight. Nothing too crazy, you know.
Yeah.
Gonna be a bit bumpy at the end, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Oh
bumping.
man, I can't believe we're out of there, dude.
No, don't get complacent.
Yeah.
We got places to go still. Okay,
Do I
this
follow
way.
you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we have a look down here. I think this is the easiest way. Yeah. Come to the left.
Okay.
And you just go straight up that hill. Let's see if there's anything up here.
I make a deal with God, and I get him to swap our places, etc., etc.
Oh, we're gonna see something real hot soon, dude.
Oh,
Ooh.
real hot.
Real hot.
Real hot.
It begins with a C.
You
Come!
see the checkpoint.
It better be a checkpoint.
Sorry.
Over.
Checkpoint!
Let's go! There is a snake here.
No,
I'm a snake. When they hear me talking about snakes,
we've done it.
they talking about me. I'm a snake.
Any hats?
Oh, we
any tapes? Anything? No?
You weren't bothered by that one. I keep throwing cigarettes at him. He's fine with cigarettes.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I want to look around, see if there's anything. Don't see a tape.
Oh,
I thought that was like the end of the
there's
game.
a lot of scrap here.
Oh.
And
Oh.
nuggets.
Ow!
Oh no,
And
did
beer.
they get you?
Where's that to be? Oh.
Over here.
Oh. No tape?
Nope. Not right now. Oh. He just throw the beer at me.
I threw at the RV.
We got a new cassette, by the way.
Wait, we do?
Oh. Where was it?
It's Austin Lesson 4.
Yo!
Oh shit.
Is this
Wee.
the
Yeah.
Wii away guy?
Before we put it in, do we have any antidote?
I don't think so.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. I'll just live with a snake bite.
Oh no.
Be
Well-
away.
Wee.
Oops.
Gurish Shaka Child, and welcome to Lesson 4 of Absolute Calm with Austin, where I teach you how to achieve absolute calm. Now, you might be wondering, Austin, what is this Gurish Shaka you keep speaking of? Well, my child, it is the closest phonation us mere mortals can get to the Niburnese word for absolute calm. And it's also close to the word chakra, the vital energies within the human body and the subject of today's tape. Aligning your chakras to focus their energy within the body and mind is vital to achieving absolute calm. In order to align your chakras, you need to call upon the wisdom of the ancient Anunnaki, Pythagoras. It's important to get the angles right, otherwise the chakras won't align, they won't focus right. Now this one's a little advanced, so I recommend you grab a pen and paper and take some notes as you follow along with me. The first thing we need to align our chakras is the hypotenuse. This is the foundational concept of your chakra alignment. First thing you gotta do is imagine a line from the tippy top of your head all the way down to your perineum. That's the bit between your butthole and whatever else you got going on down there. Then with your arms outstretched,
Great.
imagine another line across one where
Oh.
the two lines meet on your chest, two where your elbows are, and one down in your business area. Now imagine a line from the elbow chakra point of your dominant hand.
I love how the
down to
snake's
your
joining in.
perineum. That line is your hypotenuse. We need its length. Now
Okay.
multiply the first top line by the second line. No, wait, not multiply. If you take the first line, the one at the top, you square it, so like you multiply it.
Uh-huh.
by itself. So you first
Uh-huh.
measure it, right, in inches. Then
Uh-huh.
multiply that by itself.
Uh-huh.
Do the same with the vertical line. But measure
Uh-huh.
this is a bit weird because you gotta get a little, down and around, down there, But
Uh-huh.
do the same with that and add the two numbers together. Then you
Uh-huh.
divide. Wait, let me check my notes. Hang on a second. Oh, lucky I checked. We need square root, not divide. Divide would have done something completely different. Yeah, that was a lawsuit actually.
What?
Square root those two numbers together, you add it together, that gets the hypotenuse. Multiply that by each of the sine, cos, tan. Those are magic numbers that are on your calculator. Then those numbers are your chakra focus angles in degrees Fahrenheit. So you
Fahrenheit?
correct those numbers over time.
Wait, Fahrenheit?
They resonate with you, and if they do, your chakras are aligned, and you're one step closer to absolute calm. Thank you for listening in once again, my child, Gurish Chaka, and I'll see you in the next lesson.
I think we've just been tricked into learning maths.
Yeah, I don't know if we should listen to this guy again.
Well, I have driven for long enough. I think it's time for somebody else to do that.
Sure. I guess I can.
Yeah. I mean,
Unless you wanna.
No, you can drive. It seems real calm, so maybe this is perfect for you.
What? I'll have you know on the first attempt.
hang
I got to.
hang on. No, listen to me.
Yes.
I'll let you go to gear 3.
It's real excited about that. Okay.
Are those the same cranes
trying-
in Lethal Company?
Huh?
Like, in the background images. It's like skybox. Looks like the Lethal Company cranes. Whoa, slow down, buddy.
What?
I don't.
He's like a good get free.
Yeah, we need to explore though, you know?
Oh, true.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if
damn.
there's any, like...
I was hoping I'd speed off faster to be fair for
Holy
comedic
shit,
effect,
dude.
but... Wait,
This
where
is
are you
like-
guys?
I like where we started. Yeah, it's safe to drive up here.
Yeah,
Real-
it is where we started. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, what? Oh,
The
down there
plan-
is?
Full circle.
Yeah.
Does this mean that... Could this be the end?
But no, look, those cranes there, I
Wow.
swear those are in the Lethal Company skybox.
I don't...
Wait, what?
Cranes.
What cranes?
They're in the
With
Lethal
cranes?
Company skybox.
Do you see the cranes?
You don't see cranes?
You don't, right?
There are 2 cranes
No.
right in front of me. There are 2 cranes.
He's gone insane. He's actually gone insane.
I can't believe this.
Maybe your fog doesn't work.
Maybe your fog's too much.
I don't see them. Do you, Jupe?
You better open my stream and have a look, because there are 2 cranes.
He's like, no, I don't
He's-
want to, because
he's
I
crazy,
prefer
he's
pretending
lost.
No,
to be crazy.
I am
I
not
can see
crazy,
them, but
man.
like...
Wait, you can see them?
No, on your stream.
Oh,
no,
okay.
but-
It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Alright. I'm gonna have...
I just lied to, like, annoy you.
Thanks, TMS.
Yeah, because I bet he's got your stream open.
Yeah, I can see him on Delphi's stream, but not on mine, it's fog.
Delphi.
But he isn't going insane, I just enjoyed doing
Oh
the
yeah,
bit
what
of-
the heck? I do not see
Yeah.
those at all.
Okay.
No, yeah, I see the same as you, Beuchie.
Alright, it seems just really safe.
That's
Like,
weird.
we can just keep driving, Jube. I didn't see anywhere.
Yeah, there's
know
this
what?
turn here,
Yeah,
but I think
free.
it's fine.
You know what we should be doing?
Yeah.
We should just get in the RV and let Drew drive and see what happens, you know?
Wait, do I have permission
You know,
to
I
drive
like
a
I like that
psycho?
idea.
Do I have permission to drive like a psycho?
Gear free, dude. Gear free.
We're so back.
I say even gear 5.
You want to let him
Oh
go
my
gear?
God.
Okay, alright. It seems relatively safe.
Just
Oh.
just floor it.
We need to put on relax.
Yeah.
I want to say floor it. It's gonna kill us.
I need to run up, man.
Oh, I was about to say you're going backwards.
Yeah, I need to run up.
That's getting you sick out, you're right. Relax. Oh jeez. Oh, I'm out the RV. I'm out the RV.
What?
Help.
What
It's
happened?
fine, you're gonna have to catch
Stop,
up, bro.
No, stop.
No, no, I'm in gear 4. I
Stop!
can't. I'm in gear 4. I'm
What
in gear
the
4.
heck,
Stop,
I'm in gear
dude.
4.
What the
I'm
hell,
in gear
dude?
4. I'm in gear
Stop.
4.
Dude, stop!
Okay, I stopped. I stopped.
The Jacker
What
boys
the
do not
fuck,
leave anybody
dude?
behind.
I gotta stop.
The fuck was that,
You just
dude?
kicked me out of the. She just threw me out the RV. What the
I
heck?
can't believe this, dude. I went to
I
chuck.
was in gear.
I went to unleash some beers and it just threw me out the fucking RV. Hey, there's some beers. What was it?
What's bear do again?
I don't know. I was like, I want to chug a beer as we're
Oh, true. Let's chug beers.
That'd be really funny if the RV was upside down. Oh, okay.
This is just a straight line. Could this be the end?
You can do it. You can hit
Wait,
gear
hold on.
5.
I need to
Oh,
run up. I need to run up. Hold on.
Do it, do it, do it.
Can you guys check that I'm not gonna hit the wall?
nope. I'm looking forward. I never look to the past.
True. Hold on. What the fuck? You were levitating then, Delphi. Okay, this is good enough for me.
It's gonna be so funny
Let's
if this
go.
isn't the end and it's just some fucked up.
Let's go.
Oh, the gear switching.
Oh my god, we're going.
Get far!
Ah!
I hit gear 5, guys.
Hmm.
So where are we? Oh, I did it right.
Did you?
Did you?
Oh wait, no, I didn't. Never mind. I didn't do it right. Never mind.
I think you were supposed to take a left here, dude.
You do think? Do you think? Please, the scene. I'm right here, man. I'm still here.
Hmm. I heard a snake.
Does anyone have a winch pole? Where?
Half or one?
Have you both just fled the scene? Is it just like
I'm just.
it's down
I'm just
to me
looking
to save the
ahead.
fucking RV
I'm
now?
just- we're gonna
I
do
presume-
it. I'm just looking ahead.
I presume we were just resetting. What
What
the
the-
fuck is that?
What just happened?
I think you just got picked up by what the hell that was.
Why am I hearing
Wait,
eagles? Oh!
Yeah, what the heck was that?
Why am I being assaulted by eagles? Dude!
Uh-oh.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Dude!
Oh no! Oh, it got me! It got me!
Oh my god!
What the fuck?
What the heck?
This is
I'm not even
terrifying, man.
seeing what's throwing me. I'm
I'm
dead.
dead, dude.
Wait, you're both dead? Oh no.
I just got abducted by eagles. Can we not get out the fucking RV?
Oh
I love that band,
no.
bro.
Are we
Oh
good?
no, they just absolutely just sent me flying,
Dude,
bro.
save.
We're walking in the air.
What the heck? What the
Oh no, this
heck?
might be. Oh,
This
okay, my
this
bones are
honestly
very
feels
broke.
like we gotta stay in the RV now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where the difficulty comes from now.
Oh my god. I can't believe
Oh
how
wait,
high
Future's
to
name
go.
is here, but she's gone.
Dude,
There's
this-
a six-pack here though.
I'm here. Jube,
Wait,
I'm
oh,
here.
there you are. With the cigarette hanging out.
Oh, hey, man.
Thank you.
Oh,
Wait, that's Delphi. Where are
I'm
you?
dead.
Oh
What do you mean
no,
you're dead?
I'm spectating you guys now. Oh no.
he's gone.
I'm back. Oh.
Oh,
I don't know why we're resing each other.
Yeah, I
I
don't know
yeah,
either.
this seems a bit
I don't think we can save this before the eagles kill us again.
I'm just curious because I just don't see the eagles. I hear them, but I don't see them.
they're in the sky,
Where
which is where eagles tend to be fair.
Ow.
they have gone now.
That's what they want you to think, man.
Hey, Raven.
Do we have to flip a medic anywhere?
What's up?
We need a winch, dude.
Nah, I think this is a job for the flip a medic, bro.
Dude, you flip it, and then we're just gonna be stuck in a forest.
Okay, true. Alternatively, we could reset it, and I can actually take a left this time.
Got the winch. Find something to winch to. Oh
I'm
no!
not sure
It's
where I'm
doing the
going.
bug. It's yoinking me back.
Oh
Oh,
no!
Woo!
oh, you just tied it. Hold on, I got you.
Hey man, yeah,
Whoop.
can you throw me up there?
Ugh.
Oh jeez.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. Hold on. Do you need front up there? Okay.
Oh,
hold on.
if you pick me up and don't throw me,
Yep.
that'd be nice.
Okay.
Is this the path?
Oh.
No. Oh god, it might be.
Oh, so close. All right, hold on. I think
This is
it's got you.
stupid. Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
I got you.
Okay. Oh no! Now where are we?
Oh
Oh,
no, bro,
no.
we're both on it.
Oh.
Oh, now I'm in the Abbey.
Okay.
I think this might be one for the flipper mic, bro.
Oh my god. There's so much to go. When does
It's,
this game
The eagles are
end?
back. The eagles are back.
Oh no!
The eagles are back.
Oh no. Wait, I just killed myself. Oh no.
Oh, no.
I think I just saved myself,
Oh,
if anything.
Sorry, dude. I'll res you after.
No, it's okay. Eagles are scary, man.
I don't think the winch is going very well.
what the heck is that?
Let's go to the end of the map.
Oh my god, did anyone see the Abbey?
Oh,
Did anyone
I'm
just see
okay.
the Abbey? Wait, Delphi, what are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
The RV just split into a gazillion pieces.
I saved the RV, dude. I saved the RV. Don't you give me this shit. Now I gotta deal with fucking eagles, dude.
Yo, I'm gaming.
Dude, I gotta wait for the cries of the eagles to disappear before I can res you.
Oh man.
But they're crying out, dude.
I'm somehow not dead.
Hey.
Hi.
So, do we want to keep the RV like this or reset?
We might want to reset, to be honest.
Hello, Jubileus.
Like, hello.
Oh.
Oh, that just was that you're dead. So
There you go. Oh, is there a winch? Oh yeah.
The fucking brick
no.
was enough!
Oh,
Oh no!
Oh no! Ugh.
Oh my god. Is she just going on with that? What the heck? I'm not
Well,
even
I
betting.
wanted to break the RB, but I don't think that's working.
Oh, so now you're just going on with ours. Oh, okay. That's
Oh.
fine.
Oh,
No, that's,
am I
that's
dead?
fine.
What just happened? No, I'm. It's okay. I'll join you very soon.
What?
Oh.
Oh. This is just getting a bit sad now.
I just... Alright.
Oh, there we go.
What? Oh, the redeems are not working. The reason is below the video.
Yeah, I think I'm muted.
Oh, I think I'm muted too. Okay.
Hey.
Away, away.
That reminded me.
Oh no!
Is it the one that you
What's the
sent us
tweet?
before by chance?
That wouldn't remind me of you.
Yeah, because you haven't seen.
You should be working on it again in 30-40 minutes. I see. That's good.
Wait, are you
What's
driving
his
Jube
tweet?
or?
Sure. Well, I want to see the tweet now. Like, I'm not
Oh
moving.
my god! I see. I see.
Oh, base. Yeah. Why is it not moving?
Have you taken it out of park?
Yeah. Try reversing.
Or is it legitimately just not moving?
It's just not moving.
Are you sure it's not in park?
It's not in park, bro.
Let me get in.
Oh, the engine's off.
Oh
I
my
think.
fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Oh,
engine's
sorry,
off.
BJ.
Oh.
You were in my scene.
You guys in?
Yeah.
Great.
I would actually. Where's? Oh, there's beach.
Oh my god. That. I mean, yeah, it's true. That is the vibe I bring. I'm tempted for the sake of the stream knowing what it is. Because I am by far the least popular streamer and least likely to get banned, I'm tempted to just put it on my stream.
Do not put that picture on your stream. What
I'm
the
gonna
hell?
put it
Dude?
on my stream
No.
permanently.
Do not put that on your stream.
No, don't.
Oh, it would be so funny though, man.
Alright, remember? You gotta go to the
Careful.
left. Gotta go to the left at the end of the lane.
Get five!
You gotta go to the left. Good left, Jube.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry, I got a bit excited.
That was some good
Alright,
braking.
to the left. Thank you. Hold on. I know it is to the left, but I can't.
I think Gucci's your eyes right now. You alright?
Oh, right, yeah, it's not immediate left, it's down and then left. Oh, I just went down and then just went straight. Okay. Oh. Are you sure, like, I shouldn't put that on my stream, even for a second?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Think about how
nice.
funny it would be, though.
Take player. Play. Play. Hey, oh, I hit stop. No, play.
Okay. I don't know where you want to go after these. I think
Left.
to the left.
Yeah, left.
I'll park, just.
But there might be...
checking.
There just might be a gap. I think there is a gap.
Mind the gap. We gotta be careful because of eagles.
Oh, yeah, oh shit, yeah. So, yeah, it's Should one of us stay in the RV for good measure?
Well, we need to put some planks here.
Yeah, true.
I don't
Yeah,
hear
that's
the
good enough for
eagles.
me.
Looks good enough, he says. Looks good enough, he says.
What?
Looks good enough.
What?
Looks good enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, start driving, dude. Looks good enough.
Okay. Oh, I didn't get to it already. Whoops.
I don't know how you made that.
I also don't know.
Your wheels were
It
not
looks
in
good
that.
enough, man.
Uh-oh.
I think
Uh-oh.
that's mud.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
This. No, stay. Don't
No,
reverse,
no.
don't reverse.
Okay.
We need to.
That might
Eagles!
be-
Eagles! Eagles! Eagles!
Oh
Oh,
Ken!
no. Oh no.
Yuchi, I'm sorry.
Is she okay?
I don't know.
it's fine. I'm okay.
You say there's some winch poles back there. I was gonna grab
I'm
them.
hiding.
Okay, hold on.
What the hell? I swear it just grabbed me through the RV.
No way.
Like, it grabbed me and then, like, I hit the ceiling of the RV.
Right. Don't look at my
yeah.
stream.
You haven't.
I
Jude.
have, but it's very
Jude.
okay. Okay,
Jude,
it's
no.
gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Wait, you guys can't get affected if I do it, right? It's just me.
Through stream together, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. It's gone. It's gone. It was up for a microsecond. What have I done? Nothing. I didn't do anything, don't worry.
Where are they? I know I've seen them. Reported.
I don't hear them anymore. Nope, I hear them. Ooh. Bloodthirsty.
Right? This is scary.
I feel like I went too
Reported.
far.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna run and get a winch pole.
Oh. Be careful. Okay, buddy, I'm reporting you.
Where? Oh, they were back there. I see.
Oh, Schmeagle.
Oh, I think it's karma for what I just did. Just choked on my drink.
Okay, we're winched up.
Hell yeah.
Need someone on the
Right.
remote.
Oh, 1 second. Whenever I'm able to drop these. Oh, can I not attach these anywhere? All right, well.
Oh, good.
Oh my god, this is fucked up. Okay.
All right. We winch it.
Yeah, winch it. Why is there just a fucking cube over there?
Right? I was wondering what that was. That's what I was saying. That what the heck is that?
No, winch a little bit more. Okay, you and Park?
I'm not even at the wheel. Okay, yeah, it's, oh, now it's in park.
I think we need to make a... Yeah, we need to make a plank bridge, I think. I think I saw planks here. Like,
Oh.
I think he could make it if he floored it, but the problem is... Then hit a wall.
Yeah, I see the problem.
It'd be funny.
We need some finesse.
But yeah, you should get out and see what you need to do.
This plank's alright? Oh no, actually. Oh no. Oh, god, I thought I fell.
Oh, I forgot about those.
Oh, I fell. Fuck.
I think I can floor it and turn in time.
I don't think you can, dude.
Bro!
I say don't floor it.
This rebellious arc has to stop.
Okay, true, sorry. I'm on your side,
Be a jacket
But it
boy.
would be funny.
Do you think the planks look okay, Beuchi?
Let me see.
Well, that's fine, don't ask me, bro. I thought I was on your side, but I guess not.
You're in the driver's seat.
Well, I'm not right now.
Little too close to each other, I feel. But that.
Wait. Oh god. Take full damage.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
What?
Okay, we need more planks for Verone. I guess we can just use those ones once he drives over them.
I guess.
Okay. You know which way you gotta go, Jude?
Kind of. So, straight and to the right, but not floor it. And then down over the planks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
I
is
got
it
this.
moving so much? Okay. Maybe?
What the hell?
I don't even see the RV. What?
I haven't moved it yet.
So I found I found scrap metal. I went to grab it, and it's like a mud hole. And when I stand in it, it starts draining. Oh god,
What?
eagles.
Oh god, eagles!
Oh no.
On my way
Where
back.
are you?
On my way back.
Oh.
There's a pit down here which needs planks. No!
No!
Oh,
Oh.
leave me alone.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I
I
am
just wa-
so dead. Oh,
Oh,
they grabbed me again! They
It
grabbed
just
me
picked
again!
you up in midair. That was crazy.
Oh, I'm so
Oh,
dead.
no.
I am
Oh,
so
no.
dead.
Yeah, I just watched her die. I just watched her die. I just watched her die. That was like live leak.
Heck?
That was like if my stream had like the live leak over it and was blurred, that would like look legitimate. That was terrifying.
Well,
Wanna go save
that
her?
was something.
Yeah, I guess I'll do it. I'll do it.
Well, do you know where I am? Oh, I
Yeah.
see you.
That was
Quick.
crazy, dude.
Bring it back to the truck.
Why didn't you just res her?
Cause what if the eagle grabs her again? You know, man. Whoops.
You should res her in the toilet.
I go.
I'll get on the toilet. It's my
On
safe
Skivity.
place
What?
anyways.
It's her safe place,
What
dude.
the?
Yeah.
It's a safe place.
Alright. You wanna start driving? I'll try and guide
Look at
you.
this crazy
sure.
lighting. It's the moody lighting. I like it.
Poopy lighting. More right, dude. More right. More right. More right.
This is fine.
This is oh my god.
This is fine.
More right?
This is fine.
Any more right? Yeah, that was a horrendous angle to start on, to be fair. I couldn't really see anything. Okay, guys.
I think
I told you.
I think the salvation is the
Seriously?
is the winch pole still in the back of the RV?
I wonder.
I'm gonna go grab the other one.
I don't think so, but
I believe in saving this.
I cannot get out of the bathroom.
Oh no. Then you
Oh,
want to.
no.
It's impossible to move anywhere.
Hang on.
Well, I'm out of the bathroom now, but I'm out of the
Oh.
RV.
Can't see the other winch
Yeah.
pole. Okay, maybe this is a problem.
Maybe this is the one.
Oh no. Oh no, where am I going? Is this the wrong hole? Oh gee. Oh no, there we go. Okay.
Where are you?
Oh hey. So we're gonna need to winch.
Oh.
But how far can the wire go?
Oh.
Like there is a path to redemption within here.
Oh my god.
Like I think here is the actual path. But oh shit, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we do it?
Can you throw me back up? Oh shit.
Ow.
Okay.
Ugh.
Well,
That's right.
Oh no.
what was that noise, dude?
It's the sound of someone who has fell very, very low down. Yo, Mav, are you surfing? What the heck? Oh, it's over there. I see.
Oh, you have the remote. I see.
You're just looking at me.
Mm-hmm. What else are we meant to do,
Spectacle.
man?
Watching the show.
Mm-hmm.
Can one of you
Filthy.
get on the wheel?
Mm-hmm.
And
Filthy from the Jacker Boys in the winching.
okay. And When I say break, 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 break.
Well, I'm breaking.
Okay, don't break now.
Okay.
What is happening?
I don't actually know.
Oh, I think this is the end of the RV, dude.
No, don't say that, bro.
No, wait, don't winch. Stop winching. Hey Jube.
Hey.
Can I wait, maybe I can get it. Maybe I can get it myself. Oh, okay. What is it?
The Blair Witch Project. Ooh, Delphi, where's Delphi gone? Where's Delphi gone? Where's Delphi gone? Oh, where's Delphi? Oh my god.
It's going through. The Blair Witch Project. I really like that. Let's see.
Oh.
Is that going through again? I think so. Oh, it's not even close. Never mind. Yeah, that's just going through. Maybe try winching now?
Are you in the RV, Jube, or are you out?
I'm currently in it at the wheel.
Can you turn the wheel?
Oh!
Oh, holy
Continue.
shit!
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Can you not do whatever that was?
Oh my god.
Okay, we need to repair some stuff. Well, oh, fuck, okay. Oh, jeez, this wheel's fucking moving. How am I supposed to pull it back in?
Oh, yes! Yes! The Jacker boys are at it again.
We have no motor oil.
I thought we had some. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Okay.
You know the other problem?
That.
It's backwards. The RV is backwards.
It's a good job it can reverse.
Yeah.
Alright, Jube.
Mm-hmm.
You need to reverse out of here, buddy.
Alrighty.
You need to do it gently, because, if anything breaks, the RV could explode.
Just flip it over. Uh,
Wanna reverse?
to
Yeah.
yeah, to the left, maybe left or right. No, that's the wall.
No, that's the wall. Okay.
No,
It
you
won't budge.
turn your wheel to the left.
Oh, it's the winch pole.
Oh,
You're
is
you're
it? Okay,
crashing
okay,
against
okay.
it. Yeah.
Go forwards a little
Oh.
bit then, and then try again.
Forward and to the right a tiny bit. Oh, okay. Oh,
Okay,
nice.
okay. Alright,
Nice.
gently. You wanna go the other way now? Oh. You're gonna need to go forward first.
Yeah.
You need to go more forward.
Oh.
Okay. Nope.
Oops.
You got a giant rock behind you, dude.
Yeah, we've got
Okay.
nothing to attach it
You need to reverse to the right, but you need to go forward to get away from the rock.
Alright, guys. So forward. And then.
More forward. More forward and left. Okay, stop. If you just reverse
Good night,
straight, slowly.
Nicholas.
Very slowly. Okay. That's unlucky. Go forward again to the left. It's like okay. First slowly. Turn your wheel to the right. Oh, nearly. Try again. Yeah, try again. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
So
if you
reverse.
just go backwards, yeah, without turning, you might be good.
It
The-
sort
the-
of auto steers me.
Yeah, the
but-
rock bumps him. Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay.
Yeah,
Turn your
yeah,
wheel
yeah.
to the right. Turn your wheel to the right.
I'm not moving.
All right. Try and go forward and left a little bit.
Broachy.
Broachy. Alright, that's as far as I can go without hitting the rock.
Okay. Back and right again. Gently. Okay. Keep going. Very gently.
Just back now, not right.
Forward and right. Okay. Go backwards straight. Gently. Okay, Beuchi. Jack him up.
Yo!
But if you put under that back wheel.
Oh, so you use it as a platform. Okay. Hmm.
Do you remember the colored horse races, by the way,
Oh.
Beuchi?
The what?
The horse races with the colors, where you pick a color of horse and it races with the other horses. You sent me the tweet and you're like, "What is this?"
Oh,
And I explained it to you.
yeah. I do remember.
I don't know why it just came to me, but I was like, "Oh my god, that was sick."
We're trying to get the jack in the perfect spot.
Sorry, yeah. That core memory just hit me out of
That
nowhere. I
could be
had to say
good.
something before I forgot.
Okay. Reverse nice and gently.
Okay.
Oh, is he not working as a platform?
No, I'm not moving.
Yeah, this wheel is not moving.
Can you move forwards, or are you actually just stuck?
I can. Oh, I think I can.
We had another winch pole, right?
Oh, do we?
Maybe? Wasn't there another one? Maybe not.
I can see if I can do this. Yo, okay.
What the heck?
Okay. Can I get a better tree?
Yo, watermelon hat.
Hey, does someone want to start winching backwards very gently?
I can.
And I mean very gently, because our poor truck is, Kill for some mower oil right now, man.
Hmm. Oh, there we go. Rear?
Yep.
Oh, what the heck? I see what you've done.
Yeah.
Um,
Not want to move.
it's just moving into the wall. Oh,
Oh, okay.
oh, wait.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Are you able to just reverse now, gently?
What's happening?
It was a rough landing, but can you reverse gently?
Okay,
you
I'll
should be
try.
able to.
Gently. Okay.
Tell me when
Okay.
to stop.
Turn your wheel to the left.
Oh, ooh.
You
Okay,
keep turning
gently.
because this is the place that you're gonna do a 180 and
Talking
Okay.
Heads referenced.
Forward
Wait,
and
no, hold
right.
on.
Forward and
Not
right.
quite. Okay.
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 And then,
No, no, no,
I
no.
can't believe
You
we're
rolled
doing it.
backwards. You rolled backwards.
yeah.
I can't believe we're alive after all of that.
And then I want to go
Yeah.
back and left.
Yeah. Gently.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Forwards and right.
And then back and
Don't
left.
Okay.
even though it looks like a straight line, don't full
Yeah.
send it,
No.
please.
Gear
I'm
one,
not
dude.
gonna full send. Yeah, it's gear
S-
one, don't you worry.
Stay still, sec. I wanna.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever nut is loose, I wanna screw back in.
Yeah. We
Because
can repair.
this part after is looking quite rough.
Eagle!
No.
Oh god, oh no.
Just drive, Jupe.
Okay.
Just drive very slow. Don't worry about me
Oh
dying.
no.
If I
I
die,
just
I
watched.
die. I'm dead.
Oh
I just saw
no.
that.
Oh no, I just saw him die. He's over there, Beuchi.
Don't worry.
Yeah, walking towards him now.
Oh,
I'm gonna put it in
wait.
park.
I see the name tag, but I don't see him.
I'm
Do you
in
want me to
like the
get him while you jump
grass.
in here? Do we...
Could you like say something maybe in game?
I'm throwing
She's not over there.
cigarettes.
He's... I can get him if you get the RV. I know where he is. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
He's like over here.
Doing the cigarette smoke signal.
Like around here somewhere.
oh, there you are.
Okay.
Can we fill the engine with oil? Don't we? I swear we had engine oil.
No, we
Why
We
did
don't.
don't
not put it there?
have. But yeah,
Oh, did we not pick it up?
look at what's next.
Right, hold on. Someone needs to get in the RV if I'm... Oh, wait, are you guys looking at the moment?
I
Yeah.
don't
You have any wooden planks?
Can I just get better?
Oh, they're up here.
There's,
They're at the top.
there's some winch poles here as well. God, that's scrap metal.
No, let me
I'm
see.
like begging to just find some motor oil. Because
Yeah.
at least then we can a bit more
I'm
leniency.
gonna go get the planks.
Find some scrap metal. Where is the? I don't want to. I was gonna say I'll go back and get the motor oil, but the problem is if I die, then that's just I'm unrecoverable then.
Okay.
Ramp, winches, tracker pole, wheel, down here. Scrap metal. I think scrap metal. Like
Oh, there's like ramps here, yeah.
if we hammer some stuff on the truck, I think it shields it from taking direct damage. Then if you want to hammer stuff back on you,
does it matter what I hammer back on?
just whatever.
Do the front and the back, I guess.
A one-time
Like a good
incident. No,
foundation.
no. It's going on for the whole year.
Did you try VPN and it didn't know, or just?
The VPN should work. I'm just not. It's been like at least for Twitch, it's been working.
The Spanish FA are like some of the most greediest, corrupt people. It makes sense that they would take over the countries and make sure they don't miss out on some extra pennies.
Yep. Um. Have you looked down here? I imagined you have.
Found some more scrap metal. A few extra hammers.
Nice. Oh, snake. Um. It is a program called StreamerBot. And it has like a chat widget that can combine like all of the chats from the sites you stream on. Okay, more winch poles. I think I'm just gonna leave that there because I know where it is and I can go grab it if we need to jack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got 3 more hammers than YouTube.
Oh shit, so I have. Okay. Ooh, I wonder what I want a thingy.
Yeah, I mean, StreamerBot does a lot more than just the chat, but the chat widget is very useful because I can just see everything and not have to open 3 things. um.
Oh my god.
What?
I've just found a cassette.
Which one?
What cassette? What's the name?
Called Werewolf.
Oh,
Ow?
oh,
I guess I'll bring it down. Fuck.
yeah.
I can't believe. I wonder how many like other cassettes there are, man. No, that's like what?
Yeah, no worries. Definitely recommend streamer bot after which one was it? Was it Sammy or Mix It Up? That apparently the
Oh,
the
Sammy.
creator
Yeah.
is like a bad person now. Turns out
I think they
people
did.
found out.
They did fork Sammy.
Hmm.
I also haven't used it in like years now. Okay. Ready?
Yeah. Let's do it.
No, the tape, dude. The tape.
Oh, the tape. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let's do it. That's fine then. Yep.
Wee.
The Girl Who Cried Werewolf by Archibald Flint. Rosabella and Jacoby were out playing in the field. They often played together and have done so since they were very little. They
Oh.
would play all sorts of things like tag, hide and seek, and even baseball. On this particular day, Rosabella and Jacoby had been playing from dusk till dawn and had just wrapped up a round of hide and seek. I don't want to play hide and seek anymore. You always find me too quickly, Rosabella said, frustrated at Jacoby's ability to sniff her out
Get good,
in a matter of
nerd.
seconds. Sorry, Rosabella, but your hiding spots are just too obvious, Jacoby told her.
Mm.
Rosabella turned away in frustration. but
Dang
in doing
skill
so,
issue.
Noticed the moon was out.
Rosabella.
And it was a full
Yeah.
moon at that. Wow,
Yeah,
it's a full moon
Rosabella.
tonight, Rosabella said. It's really pretty. But I guess it's late. We should go home now. Rosabella turned back to Jacoby and was shocked at what she saw. Jacoby was covered in fur, had dark black eyes,
What?
and large fangs. Jacoby, you're a werewolf, cried Rosabella. Oh no, I didn't want you to see me like this, began Jacoby.
What?
We had so much fun playing today that I lost track of time. Can we still be friends? Rosabella looked at Jacoby and thought long and hard. She remembered all the fun memories the two had together.
Giraffe
Picnics,
Man, thank you
games,
so
swimming in
much.
the lake, all of these memories were special to her. I have one question, began Rosabella. Will you eat me? Jacoby chortled. No, I'm not like the other werewolves. I'm vegan. I would never eat you, Rosabella. Rosabella sighed
Jesus
wearily. Oh,
Christ.
in that case, we can still be friends. But, Rosabella paused, no more hide and seek. The two laughed and began heading home. And they lived happily
Well.
ever after.
Aw.
We assume. No
We
one has actually
assume?
seen either of them since, but I'm sure they're fine. The end. Moral of the story, friends stick together. Forever. Allegedly.
Damn, dude.
That was a quite the yeah.
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 All right, buddy.
Speechless.
Slow and
ready?
steady.
Yep, slow and steady. Hair and the tortoise, etc., etc.
Be his eyes inside you.
No, I can.
Oh boy. Oh god.
Okay, gently,
Right, hold on,
dude.
this is it right.
Yeah, go right, go
Hold
right.
on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go right.
Gently, gently.
And you wanna go
You're riding
on
the wall
these-
slightly.
Okay.
okay,
Gently.
left.
Yep.
Left.
Okay.
Okay.
Should be good.
A little bit more. Oh, no, that's
Good
good.
enough.
Oh, keep going.
Just keep going. Just keep going.
Fight it.
Oh.
Oh god. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, get ready to winch. I've winched it.
So I didn't want to run you over. I should just keep going.
Okay.
Okay. That's.
Okay.
I
One
can
second.
I can move the winch, but I'm frightened it's gonna fall.
Yeah. You might like. This is why I left it out. You can get the jack maybe, and maybe straighten it up.
Straighten this up.
Yeah. I don't know.
There we go.
I don't think I can get out of the RV.
Sure, I'm just
Because I think that will kill me. Yeah,
s-
that will definitely kill me.
I'm just scared of any funny physics.
Yeah.
God, where do I put? Oh, right. Okay, try this.
Oh.
Don't like that. Hang on. No, I'm taking off.
No, I'm.
The ugly. Okay, now
There we go.
This. Oh,
Oh. It kind of worked. Let me get the winch. Hmm.
vibrating most. God, I don't like how much it's vibrating.
Yeah, I don't like that either. Maybe if you're able to like put it right under the front. I don't know if that's a thing that you
It's
can do.
by the back.
Oh, I mean whatever works. I think.
Right.
Right. Hmm. The front has sunk a little bit. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not really working.
Well.
Oh.
I can. Maybe this.
Relax.
Can't get under the front is the issue.
Hmm.
Going from bad to worse.
I believe in you.
I don't think the jack is the hole.
Relax.
Okay. Got a plan.
Oh.
Get back out of this pit. I think.
Oh. Oh. Hmm.
Okay, well, I'm stuck in a pit.
Oh no.
Desperately trying to find a way to get out. Got it. No, where'd the winch pole go?
Oh no.
I threw it out. Oh. Okay.
This is silly.
What the fuck happened to the RV?
We just slid down, I guess. I don't know.
Fine. The plan's still in effect. The plan is still in effect.
Where am I? Oh. Mm.
Oh, jeez. Are you in the RV?
Me?
I
Yes.
am. Like we are.
Can one of you throw me up?
Do you want me to?
Wait, what? Where are you?
Below the RV.
I'll try. Oh, you got it?
Snake down here, so be careful.
Can I even open this window? No.
I got it. Ugh. Oh, I can't. I don't think I can exit it.
Yeah, that's
I
a
can't
problem.
crouch, can
Go out the toilet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true. This is ridiculous. Oh no.
Maybe
Well, I'm
Hi.
out of the RV. Hi.
throw me up here.
1 second. Up.
Yeah.
Up the wall?
Yeah.
That direction?
Direction up here.
Oh!
Oh, so close.
Oh no, are you dead?
No.
Nice.
I need to get back up here.
Oh no. I'm dead. The snake bit me.
What the fuck is that?
What just happened? Where am I? Oh, I'm back on the RV, but I'm dead.
On my screen, there's a square floating into the sky. Really don't know how else to describe it other than there's a square floating into the sky.
Oh, behind you. Yeah, I see it.
Like, what is it? Okay.
Oh no, never mind. I'm still down there.
I try and res you.
Careful with the snake.
Or maybe I'll try the winch first.
Yeah, maybe because I've got the snake on me, so I don't know.
Problem is I need the winch remote.
Oh.
Hey, John Cheese.
Hey. I'm trapped in the toilet.
Are you, I was gonna say, are you able to open a window?
I can try, hold on.
You think you can catch me if I, jump towards you?
Yeah, why not?
I don't.
Oh!
Oh! That was sick!
Damn, he's cracked.
Oh. Thank you.
Oh, okay, I need a good view of this. Gonna be fucking winch theory. Is that actually, is that the mud from the pit? Oh my god, it is. It's the mud that was sinking, but now it just started filling up to the sky. Okay.
Nice.
Right.
Who was that?
What?
Somebody just jumped off and died, I think. Jube?
I'm fine.
Are you fine?
I'm fine, yeah. I'm on the toilet.
Wait, who the heck jumped? You all saw that on stream, right?
Don't like how... Oh,
What the heck?
oh jeez.
Please somebody clip that. Oh! Uh-oh. I disconnected. Maybe that's what I saw.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, that's not good.
The wire is stuck somewhere. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Relax.
oh, now we can hear again.
Beuchi.
Yeah,
You'd like to do some small parkour.
I'll try.
So this winch at the back, you need it to
Yeah?
be taken off the pole and put back on the pole, like, as soon as possible. Because right now it's got stuck in the ground. So hoping it will
I
reset.
don't... Oh, I see. Yeah. Where? So do I reset? You mean?
No, take the winch off the pole and put it back on the pole straight away.
I see. Hmm.
I can go those.
Okay.
Latch onto the right spot. Oh god, I got yoinked off. I got him getting yoinked off. No!
Oh no.
Don't believe this.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. The winch needs to be reset.
Oh.
Pain. How did you get up? Did you walk the long way around or?
Yeah, I walked the long way around. You can't just like throw the winch, right?
Oh, are you above me?
I'm not right now, but I could be. Oh. Oh,
Nice.
that was sick. Hmm. Hmm.
Oh. Oh god, that wire does not look good.
Yeah, you might want to reset it.
Oh no. I'm all the way back up here. Hey, Beuchi.
Hey, how did you get up there?
You wanna throw it real fast? Oh. I'll just see what happens when I start putting on it.
I don't like these. I do not like these.
Hang on, am I unwinding it now? Or is it just winding more? Oh jeez.
I think it's just winding. Oh, you fixed the one wind. Oh, never mind. You redid it.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
going under this plank.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, okay. I see. This is how you get up. I
Well,
see. I see.
I've been just jumping against the rock and there's like a part you can latch onto.
Yeah, I can see that. Right. I'll just go and reset it.
Thanks.
I'm enjoying being stuck on the toilet. This is like real life.
I mean, you can help if you want.
I'm scared to get out, but
I think he's just stuck there.
The thing is, if I leave now, I can't get back in the RV, right?
Jump.
Ah!
there's nothing. Oop. Ow.
Careful with the
Oh,
snake.
the snake
You
went for
wanna
me.
throw it up? I don't know if you can.
So this is the situation.
Nice.
Find that bit of the rock to latch onto.
Oh wait! Oh god, I'm sorry. I swear I pressed the button to move the screen in. Why did nobody said anything? We've been here for like 5 minutes.
Absolutely. That's a... Oh,
It's
good, yeah.
oh,
Oh no, we're hanging it again.
it's going through the rock right now.
It is not having a good time.
Oh man.
Oh?
Oh.
Oh my god, does it have like a shred of HP left?
I think it might be over. Oh, oh.
Yo?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna drop the winch on the front.
Okay.
Just like be ready to parking
Yeah.
brake, I guess.
Oh. Hey, you want to get in the
And
RV tube and parking brake somehow?
Sure.
I'm hoping you can get in. Okay, it did look like low enough. Oh,
Okay,
scrap
so
metal.
parking brake?
Oh, more scrap metal. Oh my god. Wait. Repair the RV first.
Oh, yeah.
There was just some scrap metal hiding in the grass. More? More. Let's go. More.
Oh my
Guys,
god.
more.
Oh my god, I'd keep it coming.
I don't think there's any more.
No!
Nope.
Let me know when you're
Yay.
unwinching.
Okay. Right. 3, 2, 1. I'm unwinching.
Here we go now.
I wonder if the jack will do much. Oh.
Even the remote here. Can you throw me up here?
Yeah. I'm trying to like turn it with the jack. It's kind of working.
Okay. Okay, can you put the wheels turning to the left? Oh, shit. Okay, hang on, hang on. Are you in control, Jude, with the wheels?
Yeah, I'm in the wheel. At the wheel.
Oh, oh, oh,
It's currently in park, but
Okay. Oh my god.
Oh,
oh God.
Okay, okay. We have planks we can set up, Beuchi? Because I think we can release the winch and go.
Let's see.
it does feel like the truck's a bit on the left side right now. But
It is. But
okay.
you...
Where did the other plank go?
That's more left.
Oh,
I
it's
feel.
down there.
It is.
Oh, wait, 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 wait. No, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop,
no,
stop.
no, no, wait. Hey, didn't say that.
Like one of the wheels is off the rock.
Yeah. It's fine. Put your wheels facing the right. Wait, where... Are you turning your
I don't-
wheels?
I don't like these.
You?
Wait, what's up?
Were you turning the wheels or not?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, I wanted you to turn the wheels.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Right, which way? To
Or
the
no?
I
right?
think that's the best they can do.
No, I'm not sure.
Let's see. Oh, oops.
Hopefully Beauty can adjust with the jack.
Oh, that's not even close. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Wait, it's kind of working. Like these wheel, you might be able to just turn. I don't know.
Are you pushing? Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I imagine. I'll do a slow turn. Very, very slow. Be ready to, I don't know. Okay.
Moving? You might
No.
need to take the jack off.
Ooh, 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 I'm gonna park.
Hmm. Is there
I think...
any winch spot? Well, in my guess is I don't know if we have.
Bring me up here.
What? I don't like how that's going through the RV.
Going through it, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. But if you pull the front, it should turn it.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. That's better.
One still on the wheel.
I'll get on the wheel now. Sorry, I was just watching. Okay. That's good. That's good.
You are kind of just lined up, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, I am lined up.
Let's
As long as
reset
the
the
wheels are fine.
winches. Oh. Actually, can you release the back a little bit?
Oh.
So if you...
What?
You hold right click. You able to drive forward, Steve?
Mm-hmm. Good to go?
Oh.
I'm just gonna...
No, 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 no.
I can park if... Am I gonna fall if I park?
Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Is that just going through?
Okay, winch forwards.
Where's the remote?
Oh, you got a jack there? Oh no! I didn't see the jack!
It's fine. Um,
We're just back at square one.
Oh no.
1 second. I wonder if this will work. No. Oh. Hmm. I don't like that.
I know, it's so unlucky.
Oh. Yeah, it's kind of just wedged in there, huh? Yeah, it's not moving. Nothing's moving. Ah!
All the work to save it, I think was time to let it go.
Man. Man, no.
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 Wait,
No.
Oh.
that's actually so... It's
Oh.
not... It's not even like winch, it's just like... hanging. It did not survive that. Are you kidding me?
I don't know how
It
it
did.
survived that.
Me when I hit it against a rock very gently. Me when it falls 50,000 feet. I mean, in fairness, the fact that we managed to
You
get past
could.
the...
Okay, good. I was going to suggest we can maybe winch it all the way up here.
Yeah, you're actually right.
Stupid snake, dude.
There are snake dudes?
Snake, dude.
I'm trying to find... Well, there are more winch impulse around. But I think they might have floated off into space with that fucking floating square.
Oh.
Which is still going. It's still going.
Oh yeah, I see it. I wish there was a way to like kill the snakes or something.
But we really do need winch impulse for this.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wonder...
there's some winch impulse.
Oh. Oh. Sick. There's just coffee here.
Okay.
Oh, I might have dropped it.
You want to see how far the winch goes? The rope. Stick this down
Yeah.
next to it. This is still so risky. Maybe fix the wheels as well, slightly.
Okay.
If there's...
I believe. I believe.
Come on. Let's go. Come on.
Oh. Okay. Oh, there's another controller here. I need to grab that. No. Oh my freaking god! Stupid snake.
Wait, are you dead?
Stupid
Yeah.
snake. Stupid snake.
Thank you. Nice.
Oh, I wish you could kill the snakes. They're so annoying.
They are.
Like, I really want to throw. I enjoy throwing stuff at them, but I wish I could kill them after I throw enough stuff. Okay, I'm getting very violent now then.
About as far as you can go.
Yep.
Gonna pick it then. There. You don't want to get stuck trying to drive up. Get another winch pull ready.
I need to remember that the other controller is somewhere past the snake. Oops. Oh.
Think it's safe to reverse it now?
It might be. Jude?
Yes?
Try reversing.
Okay.
Nice and gently. If you want to reset the winch.
Is that snake still going for me? Okay, just straight forward. The snake was in the RV. Are you shitting me?
Straight backwards, but yeah.
Okay, it's gone out. Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna start now. Is it? No,
Are you not
engine's
able
on.
to?
Yeah, no, it's not moving.
Okay. Come on, why can I not put it there? Oh! It's worked. It's going back.
Both our remotes are outside the RV, by the way, remember that.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Oh, well, the thing, Clove, is that it's not automatic. I like if football has stopped, I need to re-log in with Wardo. It's not an automatic thing. And we're a little busy at the moment.
Okay. This
Oh, can I just put it in there? Oh.
should be the winch.
Oh. Here. I can though do it on my own. There's always that. I'll be a little slow, but wait.
Wait.
Maybe so it doesn't.
Safe to winch.
I think so. Oh.
And get stuck. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh!
god, it's... Okay. The RV was partially going through a rock.
It's fine.
Okay,
It's
are you
fine.
in park?
Where did the other remote
You?
go?
Yes. Oh, I'm in park. Oh wait, no, I am. Sorry.
Park? Okay.
Yes. Let me turn that reverse thing off as well.
Oh wait, you have the other remote. Oh my.
That's part of the plan.
Okay.
I don't know where did I leave the other remote.
Oh, it's in the RV.
Can you turn the wheel to the right?
That's right.
The jack is preventing it from tipping all the way, I think.
Back?
Yeah, I just put it.
Oh, I see.
Oop, shit. Am I keeping it right?
Yeah, this is fine. This
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is fine.
Why am I sideways?
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Trust the process.
Oh. It
Oh, it just went through.
Just slipped through a window or something.
Yeah.
Oh, you can stop with the wheels for now.
Oh, okay.
Is it still going through a window? Oh,
Oh my god, the door's open.
okay.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Oh
okay.
my god, dude.
Are you in park? Are you in park?
I am now in park, yeah.
Okay. So now you just need to line this up.
Yep.
Okay, let me get out of the RV.
I
and
could
look this way.
actually
Right.
I can turn the RV to the right, actually. This.
Sure. Are you sure you want me to do that? Like, I'm shitting myself. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm shitting myself. I've messed up every other turn along the way, and
Your drive, dude.
Ooh, a tunnel.
Do not go
Tunnel?
down that.
That'd
Do
be
not go
cool.
in that.
Okay.
That if you look up, Jude,
God.
look, if you look up,
Yeah.
you see that
Yeah.
square?
Yeah.
That's supposed to be in the hole.
Alright.
I got disconnected and had to restart my PC, and I look at Steam and I see poison in my butt's valley.
Okay.
Oh no.
Does this look lined up, Jude?
You will have to turn to the right a little bit, but it's better than
just a
before.
tad bit.
Yeah, the floating mud.
Yeah. There's like mud pits that when you stand in them, they kind of sink. But then for some reason that one did the opposite.
It just kind of disappeared.
Okay, how's that
Oh,
look
oh,
now?
Why
oh.
am I being
Good?
cold in my butt's valley?
Okay, get
Yeah, that might be good.
in the RV.
Yeah.
And then drive forward a tiny bit and then park.
Like that?
Okay.
Okay.
Whew. What's with the jack?
I am just the beacon.
Well, he needs to get through.
It's just so you line it up. I don't know.
Well, if you want him to line it up, you'd want to be the beacon, like here. Alright. Forward and to the left a little bit. Left a bit more.
Really?
Yep.
You sure?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, forward. Forward.
Are you sure left is fine?
Well,
I feel like I'm on an angle.
Keep going, keep going.
Forward.
Okay, go right. Okay.
Am I?
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
gentle.
Very gentle. Okay, straighten out.
Okay.
Straight up?
Well, what
Okay.
the fuck? Hello?
Hello?
My
Parking code?
fucking... No, my fucking OK Google triggered.
I thought I heard something. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I heard that too.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't do that. We all know how it went with Alexa.
Gentle to the right a little bit. Like the tiniest bit. Okay, straighten out. Okay. Drive forward.
This is terrifying.
Left.
Left.
Okay,
Gentle left. Uh-oh.
Little bit.
I'm not moving.
Oh god, the back wheel's cool. Okay.
We need the jack.
That push help. It seems like it's helping. Beuchi, how's he looking? Oh, your wheel needs to be facing the left, Jube. Can't have it.
Yeah, you need to be turning left.
Don't.
Right,
Yeah.
so hold. Okay.
Okay. Keep going.
So drive. Or keep going with it.
No, stop.
Okay, alright.
You might be the back wheels are looking a little sketchy, but
Okay,
straighten up.
you need to drive straight a little bit first.
Straight.
Okay.
Straight. Your wheels are left. Okay.
Oh, straight a little bit more. Tiniest bit more. Okay, now start turning left.
So drive or just turn?
Yeah, drive a little bit left. Very tiny.
Okay. That was like a tiny bit, but it was there.
Straighten your wheels out. Your back wheels are not having a good time. Okay, forward a little tiny bit.
Okay, so straight wheels?
Straight wheels, forward a tiny bit.
Okay.
A tiny bit more. Okay, turn your wheels left.
Yep.
Drive a tiny bit.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, keep them straight and drive a tiny bit. Drive
Okay.
Okay, left a tiny bit. Like, don't go full left. I don't... If that makes sense, you want to go slightly left. It's...
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I did, but...
A little bit more?
Left or forward?
Yeah, I left.
Okay. That's my little bit more left.
That front left wheel is really struggling, but it's looking better. Just go forward slightly. Ooh. Okay, turn to the left. Very slightly. Okay, little bit more. Okay. Tiny bit more.
The back left wheel's gonna come off soon.
Okay. I say just go forward.
Okay.
Just send it now?
Yeah.
Oh, it's rattling.
I mean,
I don't know about send it, but
I'll tell you when you're off the bridge so you can brake, okay?
Okay. Right, ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, you're off.
Okay.
Drive forward a tiny bit, sorry. You got a back wheel floating. Okay.
Okay, we're good. Stop. Oh my god.
Okay. Gonna have a little fucking scout. Jesus Christ, man. There's no way we made that.
That took a bit. Where's the next checkpoint, dude?
Yeah, this seems relatively safe to just drive.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
worried.
take it easy. Don't hit rocks. No.
Okay, yeah, usual.
Yeah, just follow the road.
The usual, he says.
Shut up. Don't tempt me.
I'll wait for you over
I've
here. I
never
haven't got too
drove
far.
this
What the
slow in
heck
my
is going
life,
on with
man.
the water here?
I've never drove this slow in my life ever, man.
Okay, yeah, this way.
I'm
Oh.
literally just tapping W like it's nothing.
There.
That ain't normal.
Okay. I'm gonna get on the RV. Grab some bear spray and just follow the RV.
Just in case. Okay, I'll keep just moving on. Where's Beauty, by the way?
I'm
In
behind
the
Inside.
you.
lake behind us.
Oh, okay.
If a bear comes now, it's like
Oh, yeah. I imagine I can go, like, in the middle of those, like, it's not gonna clash.
I'd say just be
I'm-
careful. There.
I'm kind of just scouting in case there's like scrap that we can use.
I don't like how simple this road is, man. I think I see an eagle.
Oh no, no
I
way.
think I see an eagle in a tree.
Oh no.
Okay, no, I don't.
You scared me then, man. I was looking about. Be ready to jump in here if you do, man. Because I don't like how straightforward this is either.
Dude, this is terrifying.
Right? It's so, like, I could just full send this and it'd be fine. Not that I'm gonna,
No.
don't worry.
Yeah.
But, like, it
Don't
is
do
so
it.
full sendable. This is Gear 5, like, material, man.
Have a look.
I'm fucking terrified.
Could this just be the end? Wait,
No,
let me get on
don't-
the RV.
Don't say anything, man.
I've parked it for good measure.
I'm getting
You know,
there.
you know what? You know
Close.
what? Where are you, Beauty?
Come here.
Oh, can you throw me on the roof?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just scouting around.
I'll be the sentry with the. Oh, you threw me too. Oh my god. Okay. I think we should put on
Okay.
relax as well.
Yes, yes. I was about
Wait,
to
is
do
it?
that.
Oh, it was playing. Where's it gone?
Oh,
Okay.
there we go.
Okay, good to keep inching.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go.
Oh man.
I know it's ridiculous, but I
I'm
refuse to
No,
scared.
I am fine with this, man.
This is the winning parade.
Yeah.
No,
we're
don't
just-
say anything like that. We're just driving in our RV, no expectations.
Relax.
Yeah, we're relaxed.
Oh my god.
Wait,
Okay.
I don't see much. That's next.
I'm gonna scout.
I'm gonna park early. Yeah. I'm wondering if one of us should stay inside in case of eagles.
It's simple. You just go over and then to the right. There's plenty of room.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, so there is. Yeah. Okay.
There goes the mud. We can still see it.
Can you put me back on the roof, please?
Oops.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oops. Do, 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 do.
Legend? Lord of the Rings eagle about to pick up the whole RV. Imagine.
Legend of the Rings.
Legend of the Ring. Wait,
My
do we go
favourite
left or
movie
right?
Right.
What's to the left?
I
Just
don't
the
think
dead
there's
end?
anything to
It
the
looks like a
left.
rock. Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it. It looks too simple.
Even this feels scary driving at this pace.
Lord of the Legend.
Oh my god, what's that?
Oh? Yeah, what's that? Wait.
No, keep going, keep going, keep going. Just keep going. No fucking way. No fucking way, dude. What's
Why can't I
going
move?
on?
I can't move. What happened?
Oh?
What?
Oh?
Oh, the truck is stuck.
No, what?
It's
Fuck.
stuck.
Fuck, the
What
truck
do you
is
mean
stuck.
Why are you
What
running
did you mean
away,
stuck?
Jube? What are you doing?
I was trying to see what Beuchiism was looking at. Okay, hold on.
Well, we
I
got
was
scrap.
scared. Everyone was panicking, so I thought something was happening.
Yeah, because you
God.
got the truck stuck.
Right, well, we can
There's
easily unstuck it.
So much
Nothing
stuff.
a good
And
windshield
do.
can't do. See, it's moving, man. It'll be out in no time.
You said everyone was panicking, so you ran off.
I wanted to see what
Is it move-
Beuchiism was panicking about.
Is it
It
moving
seems
forward?
like it's out. Oh yeah, it's out. It's out. I think it's out.
More scrap? More scrap?
Yeah, there you go. It's nothing.
Lotion.
Right.
There's a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
just
houses
scale up.
here.
It looks simple, but I just want to make sure before I do a left turn, and then it's.
Out of order. Oil!
Is that the garage there?
Yeah, there's a garage.
I-
There's a garage.
Oh, it's
It's
that.
a-
Okay.
It's a whole village here. It's a
It's a
whole little town.
civilization. Right, I'm kind of scared. They better not be hostile. So we can just
Uh,
drive down
Have
there
you got the
and then
motor oil?
left.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'd say try and repair as much as possible so we don't have to repair every time we load the
In case the
game.
villagers get pissed.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
also that.
Before we reach a checkpoint.
I can't believe this, man.
How do you use the motor oil?
You just click it on the engine.
There we go. Oh, wait. We'll need another one. I'll scout.
Alright.
I'm worried that they're giving us so much stuff.
Keep it moving, Jube.
Right.
Okay, I've been here. I haven't been here. Boss fight!
I guess, yeah, if you park it like where I am.
Now.
Oh.
Then we can all just like scout around and see if we find shit.
Huh?
Ooh, antidotes if you need one.
Oh, best viewers.
I do actually.
Jupe, you got a bot on your stream.
That'll do it.
Did you ban them though?
Nah.
Well, it shows in our
It's
chats, dude.
It's driving up my chat interaction. Hold on. Should I warn them or time them out, or should I just straight up ban them? Do you reckon they'll do it again if I warn them?
Did you make them a mod?
No, I didn't make them a mod. Do you reckon
There's so
they'll
many
do it again
hats
if I
in
just
here.
warn them?
Well, I think they've been banned now, so...
Tube only wants the worst viewers, actually true.
More scrap. Here's the garage. Yo, you're right there. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. 3 miles? Is that the end?
We've driven 2 miles since the last checkpoint.
I guess so.
Oh,
Feels like a
jeez,
lot more than
dude.
that.
Oh my god, we got so
Next
long to go,
exit,
dude.
3 miles.
We got so long to go.
Wait, have we? How long's it ago?
Well, we've driven 2 miles, so...
Right.
And there's
And
how many
how
miles
long's
left? 3?
3 apparently.
Oh man, okay. I thought that was the last one in the cave. Like, you know, the massive upwards one. I thought that was it.
Same?
RVs nowadays have toilets. Well, ours has a toilet.
I guess, we bring it to the garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do the honors. Ooh, a burger.
Oh yeah, I left some
I
burgers
haven't-
there.
I haven't really found any more motor oil, sadly. There's
Oh,
these 6
we got-
statue here, though.
If you want to hammer some stuff in before you bring it over. So we don't need to do
Oh,
that on
sure.
the
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, man.
I can't believe we drew.
Yeah, I can't.
Hopefully,
I can't
hopefully
believe
the
there's more.
signs are nonsensical.
Okay, that's everything.
Got one more hammer.
Wait, what? Is there another thing to hammer?
Yeah.
The mod, it keeps going.
The green bar is
Oh,
how much
the
stuff we can hammer
window.
in.
Oh. Oh. Wait, what?
Nice.
Oh, well, either way, I used it all up. So,
We await you.
alright, I'm gonna have to roundabout this.
Hmm. I'm not going in there.
Come on, man, flash the text. Flash it. Flash it.
Yes.
Yes! I can't believe it.
I can't believe we survived that.
Are
Yeah,
you
that was
ready?
crazy.
It's incredible.
The fact that we actually made it out, yeah, Grant, I thought that was like a... I thought that was like a reset angle, but we really made it.
Kind of just scouting ahead and
Oh,
see
wow.
how much
Wow.
worse this can get.
I was gonna say, I might have to stop there, though I don't know if there's any intent.
Yeah, no, I think
Okay.
this is a good place to stop.
Yeah, I have work tomorrow, so I will show up absolutely
Oh.
destroyed if we
Oh,
power through
God.
another one of those.
What he sees. Oh, what he sees.
Oh no, oh,
Oh.
he's scouting ahead. Is it bad?
I need to see
This
what
is
she's
a swamp.
go on the bio. Hunt showdown. Why is my
Okay, it's not awful, but
what are the colors on my screen?
Yeah, no, it's the same for me.
is it because I'm here? because it's changed for me too.
The mud.
Like, it's not terrible, but it is very narrow.
Oh, this looks fine.
I was gonna say, so far it's been
Compared to what
fine.
we've
This is
just been
nothing.
through.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is.
I could kill this in 5.
Oh yeah, you wanna bet? You wanna try it?
I'm gonna try and do it right now, bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
go. Send it.
there's the big square. Is that
We-
the big square all the way up there in the sky?
Yeah.
We
That's
just
Where we came from?
we just got a
Jesus.
checkpoint, so
the
you can
mud.
just send it.
Oh, it can be for next time.
I don't think we do any more scouting. I think this is. You know what's
Honestly, yeah.
You know what's gonna
this is
happen
nice.
though. You know what's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
The eels are gone, and it's time for crocodiles.
Oh my god.
Crocodiles.
There's gotta be crocs in this one.
Crocs.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were that well acquainted with them,
See.
man. You call them Crocs.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping the next time we can have a little bit of a better experience
What do you mean better
yeah,
experience?
that was.
and not
I enjoyed
struggle
that, but
as
that was
much.
What do
terrifying.
you mean struggle?
Yeah.
We made it.
Yeah.
I guess.
This is pretty fun.
Are there any crocs in here?
I'm so glad the end of it though was like fine.
I see a Jenga tower in the distance. Oh, you put me down. I'm looking at the Jenga tower. Oh, you son of a bitch, dude.
I'm sorry.
Can't believe this.
I want to know what that magic sky square is. It's mud.
Mud. There are a few mud pits that when you stand in them, they start sinking, and then when you get out, they refill. Except that one just kept refilling.
Oh, I don't like the swampiness of this.
Yeah, I can't see my fucking Jenga tower now, dude.
Oh no!
What Jenga tower?
Oh, it's just a bridge.
Oh, is this
I
like
see
the
it.
skyscraper incident?
It's just a bridge.
Wait, did you cut?
Well,
Or did it just get disconnected?
Oh, you must get disconnected.
Oh. Oh.
Fuck you, Jubileus.
Oh no! Why would you do that, bro? What the heck? Completely unprompted as well.
Wait. Holy
I
shit.
can't believe you.
What?
Wait, what?
I need to put this on my stream, dude.
Oh my god.
It's not another tweet, is it? Connection lost. Your connection has been lost. Accept. Why is it telling me to accept that?
You got
take that back.
disconnected.
Very good. That can be the final thing on my.
Yeah, I saw that
I
earlier.
wonder what
Being
it-
bold.
What is it?
God
It just says Jubes being bold in my Butts Valley.
I love my pixelated
Nice.
profile picture as well. Oh, it's so dumb.
So unnecessary.
Being bold
Mm.
in my Butts Valley. Alright. Well, thank you again to the other two Jacker boys for joining.
Yeah.
We'll have to continue
Yeah.
maybe next week.
Yeah.
I think it should
Yeah?
be fun.
I think I should be able to do another Sunday. Quality jacking. Only in the Jacker Boys streams. Yeah. Thanks a lot for watching, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed. I'm about to upload that one clip of you falling. And
Oh yeah, that was so funny.
it's so good. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you all on Tuesday. Schedule coming out tomorrow, and another short. Is that the YouTube short for the week? Maybe we'll see. I'm thinking it might, but I'm also thinking some other thing for the short. Anyways, thanks a lot for watching, everybody. Have a good night.
Just hope you streamed healthy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.